Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Tea and Rose's Book Club. We are on our third week with the Bourbon King series. I think I figured out something I should have figured out sooner, particularly knowing this author and having read a lot of her other series. There are 3 books in this series, and there are 3 Bradford children. So I'm guessing each book follows one of the children. This is obviously, why am I blanking on his name? Uh, Oh God, why am I blanking on his name? Lane. It's Lane. So this is the Lane and Lizzie story. In the other one we have Edward who loves on his horses now, but he was with the daughter of the other company, and I might be conflating 2 characters. I think she's married to someone else now and was trying to buy one of his horses, and he was like, "Screw you, lady." But I'm guessing they broke up when he got disfigured or whatever happened to him. I'm still curious if we ever actually find out. I'm sure in his book we'll find out what happened, because now I think the other 2 books, one's going to be Edward and one's going to be the sister. Each book will follow one of them, and they'll end up with their true loves forever, because that's how this author works. That's how like all of her stories are. In the other series, there's initially like 5 guys, and each book follows one of them as they meet their soulmate and fall in love, and sometimes over the course of a couple books. Some of them are extended, but we'll see. And so yeah, I'm guessing each book follows a different main couple, and that's how. Also, the other one of the other books I noticed has a silver Rolls Royce Phantom on the cover, and I remember somebody in one of these somebody in this book, we were told, drives that car. I forget who drives the car, but somebody has that car. So there is that. So that's why I think I'm right about my theory of how it's split up. But we haven't gotten a whole lot yet, because this is the first book of the series. It's a lot of introduction. There's a lot of characters going around. We found out the sister has a teenage daughter, so she had her as a teenager, which, in those social circles, oh my God, the scandal. So I'm sure that will figure largely in her book. We learn that her and the daughter, I guess, either she hates the daughter, or the daughter hates her, or both, and the day, the daughter's birthday, is a very bad day for her. Her father has made some deal to force her into an arranged marriage with a guy who is just the biggest asshole ever, who was saying disgusting things to her. We learned that she spends her time seducing married wealthy men, and then once they want her, she's done with them. I have a feeling we will find out that's what was done to her. It's a turnabout's fair play kind of. We haven't really seen either of the parents. They're both apparently alive. We weren't sure of this. I think both the parents are still alive. So maybe we'll get to see them at some point. The mom is like absent mom who's like on a Valium coma permanently, and the dad's like the guy who beat his kids and is like running the company. So I guess that's why he's like absent. I'm sure we will get something of them. Something will happen. Let's see, what else did we have? We had a brief makeout session just to let the audience know that, as much as these two are not together, and he's he wants a divorce from his tricked him into marriage by getting pregnant wife, and there was a weirdness about that though, which we'll get into once, because I'm sure it will come back up. But for now, wait, standard warning. This is blind, so I don't know what's coming up. No, I have a feeling we'll get to, because of where we are in the book. I have a feeling we may get to a sex scene tonight, so fair warning on that. And in anticipation of that, all rise for our national anthem, please. Sorry, I'm yawning.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Hello, persnickety. What if I want tea but nobody will make me tea? Where's that video? You know, sometimes you gotta take matters into your own hands. And ladies, it is usually better than the real thing, or at least in my experience. You know, I had a very, very good cup of tea last night, about 5 o'clock in the morning. I remember thinking afterwards, I have to do that more often. It was particularly good. I know you're on a plane. I'm surprised there is nowhere on a plane you can charge your shit, because in every movie ever, everyone on the plane is like working on their laptop. So I'm surprised you can't like plug shit in. But I don't know. I've never been on a commercial flight. I've only been in a little 4-seater once for a Big Sisters event. It was pretty fun. Oh, first things first, of course, we must introduce the ducks. I have our tally page, of course. But first, we must introduce the ducks, and then I have new painted ducks. I've been very busy this week. It's an older plane. Newer ones have USB and LST. I thought I'd seen USB. Yeah, because everybody's got something, and especially if you are a mother with young children, you need to keep the iPad charged. You want a flight with no screaming, crying children? Have a way to keep the iPads charged. You know, that's what you need. So, from our pantheon of current ducks, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Spectre Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Ellen Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, Susie, House, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glassell, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean Gate 7, Dingle Hopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, Katy Perry, Calvin, Abraham. Oh, come on! What did I name this duck? Damn it! I have to look. Fuck. Damn it, I am fail this week. Damn it! Nicola! How can I not remember? Nicola, Dewey, and Gretzky. I only forgot Nicola. And she's new. But wow, shame on me for that one. Tisk tisk. If you would like to add to our pantheon of ducks and make me remember even more names, which I fully welcome, there is a link at the top of the chat to a PayPal where for $10 I will draw one of these ducks at random. These are our remaining random ducks. I think looks like there's about 10 of these left. 10 of our original rando ducks that have not made their way to the stage yet. There's still some very cool ones in here. But if you would like something a little more customized, we have painted ducks. Returning, we have Evil Knievel Duck, Yoshi Duck, Rooster Duck, and Christmas Story Duck. They are waiting to join their friends, but we do have new painted ducks because I got busy this week and bored. And it was too hot to do really anything else. Also, wow, does acrylic paint take a lot longer to dry when it's 35 degrees? It really, really, really does. Some of these I put record-breaking effort into, so respect the ducks, okay? Particularly this one. But first we have Porygon Duck, Poliwag Duck, Mark Zuckerberg Duck. I was hoping someone in Discord would recognize this one. It is Julia Roberts at the polo match duck, and I think it's fucking spectacular. I think I did amazing. But this is my current favorite. This took like 4 days, so show some respect. Black Swan Duck. Got the crown made out of aluminum foil. A hand dyed the tutu. I stabbed myself with the tweezers putting those rhinestones on. And we have a Queen Midas duck, and ain't she freaking spectacular? So we have a whole bunch of new painted ducks. Still working on some others. I've got 3 of them that are half finished. Because multiple coats, and like I said, the drying time has been like really high with the humidity, so it took a little longer. So we have 3 more painted ducks in the works. Those are at the $10 range. For the $25 range, you can put me in these very real police handcuffs. There is a key in this pouch. There's also a key on a string that is always within my reach because we practice safety here. These are my personal favorite, by the way, and for the grand sum of $50, we have the Skittles drink mix. What did I drop? I don't know. We still have not tried the orange. It is the only untried flavor. We have not yet tried the orange, so that's top of the Skittles list. After that, we're just going to go, unless a specific flavor is requested, we'll just draw one at random. But for right now, we have not tried the orange yet, so it's next up. It has to be. Got to try them all at least once. Like, so far we know the grape tastes exactly like grape Kool-Aid. The strawberry tastes like melted strawberry Jell-O. The green apple tastes like sugar, 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 and the peel of a green apple. All right, we are mid-chapter because I was tired last week. But we made page count. Notice, here's how we know that this book is measurably better than anything we've read so far. The average page count for all past books is somewhere between 30 and 40 pages. The average page count for this has been 60. So it's easier to read and, you know, just measurably better. But we haven't gotten to a sex scene yet, so we'll see. I suspect we will tonight because we're like a third through the book. That's usually where you get your first sex scene. And then later on, I have to work on rewriting a sex scene that I've been stalling on writing for months because I didn't know what to do with it. But now I have some idea what to do with it. I have an idea. Whether I can turn that better scene, I don't know, but we'll try. All right, so rich guy being an asshole to the sister, and a line that will live in my head like on my cringe list for a while. The carat weight of your ring goes down hourly because she was telling him to fuck off. All right. As Lizzie took a turn off the country road, the dirt lane she was headed onto cut through wide open cornfields and was barely big enough for her Yaris. Trees stood guard on either side, not in an orderly row, but with a more casual planting pattern, one driven by nature more than a landscape or so. Overhead, great limbs linked up to form a canopy that was bright green in the spring, emerald colored in the summer, yellow and orange in the fall, and skeletal in the winter. That would be kind of creepy to drive through. Usually, this processional was the beginning of her relaxation. The quarter of a mile to her farmhouse is a decompression chamber that she'd often thought was the only reason she was able to sleep after a day of Easterly's issues. Not tonight. In fact, she wanted to look over her shoulder to make sure there was no one behind her. Yeah, I don't put it past the guy to stalk her. In the rear seat of her car. Not that you could fit somebody larger than a 2-year-old back there, but still. She felt pursued, chased, mugged, even though her wallet remained in her purse and she was, in fact, alone in her POS. Her farmhouse was classic Americana, exactly what you'd see on a poster for a Lifetime movie that took over the ugh, that took over the 4th of July weekend. White with a wraparound porch that had on it pots of pansies, rocking chairs, and a swinging bench off to one side. Both the requisite red brick chimney and the gray slate peaked roof were originals that dated back to its construction in 1833. So everything is really fucking old around here. And the coup de grace, a huge maple tree that provided shelter from the summer heat and a buffer to the cold wind in the winter. She parked underneath the tree, which is the closest thing she had to a garage, and got out. Aren't you not supposed to park under trees because they like drip sap on your car and it eats the paint? Even though Charlemont was hardly Manhattan, the difference in ambient noise was stark. Out here there were tree frogs, fireflies that had nothing to say, and a great horned owl that had started guarding the old barn out back 2 years ago. No highway murmuring, no ambulance sirens, no drifting strains of bluegrass music from the park down by the river. Shutting her door, the sound was magnified by the darkness, and she was relieved when she walked forward and triggered motion-activated lights that were mounted on either side of a glossy red front door. Her boots scuffed the way up the 5 creaky steps, and the screen door welcomed her with its spring of hinges. The deadbolt lock was brass, but relatively new. It had been installed in 1942. Yeah, but hey, back then they knew how to build locks. Inside, everything was pitch black as she was confronted by the emptiness. She wished she had a dog, a cat, a goldfish. Hitting the light switch, she blinked as her comfy cozy was illuminated by soft yellow light. The furnishings were nothing like the Bradfords. In her house, if something was antique, it was because it was useful and had been made by a Kentucky craftsman. Or an old wicker basket, a pair of faded tissue soft quilts that she mounted on the walls, a rocking chair, a pine bench under the window, the heads of old hoes and spades she'd found in her planting fields, framed herself and hung up. She also had a collection of musical instruments, including several fiddles, many jugs, some washboards, and her treasure of treasures, her Price and Temple upright piano from 1907. Why does somebody always play the piano? Made of quarter sawn oak wood and with And with incredible copper hinges, pedals, and hardware, she'd found the old girl in a barn rotting in the western part of the state and had her lovingly restored. Her mother called the house a museum to folklore, and Lizzie supposed that was true. To her, there was great comfort in connecting with the generations of men and women who had worked the soil, carved out lives, and passed their survival knowledge on to next generations. Now, everything was about 3G, 4G, LTE, and smaller, faster computers and smarter smartphones. Yep, that was because a legacy of honor and perseverance to give to your kids. How you struggled to wait in line for the new iPhone for 26 minutes with only a Starbucks in your hand and an online blog about something pointless to pass the time. Okay, nobody has ever stood in line for a new iPhone for 26 minutes. People camp out for 4 fucking days. Okay, I get called crazy over shit that I find perfectly normal. You know who I want to call crazy? Somebody who sets up a tent on a sidewalk so they can be the first person to blow $4,000 on a phone they don't fucking need that they're going to replace in 12 months anyway. Those are the crazy people. Also, I have to buy a new cell phone and I don't want to. A lot of that is my autism going, but I like my phone. I know where everything is, and it works, and it has all my stuff on it. And it fits in all my stuff. Why am I getting a new phone when I don't want to? Because the battery is dying, and it's the type of phone where you have to dismantle the fucking thing to replace the goddamn battery, and there's no way I'm going to be able to do that, so I need a new phone. Like, why do they make phones where you can't replace the battery? That's fucking cheating, I swear. It's such a ripoff. Back in her 40s era kitchen, which was that style not because she'd gone to IKEA and Williams Sonoma and bought lookalikes, but because that was what had been in the farmhouse when she'd bought the 100-acre parcel 7 years ago. She cracked the icebox and stared at the leftover chicken pot pie she'd made Monday. It was about as inspirational as the idea of eating paint chips heated in a saucepan. When her cell phone started to ring, she looked over her shoulder at where she'd put her bag down in the hall. Let it go, she told herself. She waited until the ringer silenced and then waited longer to see if there was a call back, on the theory that if it were an emergency with her mother, there would be an immediate re-ring, or at least a chirp that she had a new voicemail. When neither came, she walked over and fished through her purse. No message. Excuse me. The number was one she didn't recognize, but she knew the area code. 917. New York City. Cell phone. She had friends up there who called her from that exchange. Her hand shook when she went to the call log and hit dial. The answer came before the first ring had even finished. Lizzie. Her eyes closed as Lane's voice went into her ear and through her whole body. Hello, he said. Lizzie? Okay, dude, she just blew you off in the greenhouse. Like, you made out, but she still walked away from you. Let it go. There were a lot of places to sit down in her living room or her kitchen. Chairs, benches, sofas, even the sturdy coffee table. Instead of putting any of them to use, she leaned against the wall and let her butt slide down to the floor. Lizzie, you there? Yes. She put her forehead in her hand. I'm here. Why are you calling? I wanted to make sure you got home all right. For no good reason, tears came to her eyes. He'd always done this. Back when they'd been together, no matter when she'd left, he'd call her just as she was coming in the door, like he'd put a timer on her phone. I don't hear the party, she said, in the background. I'm not at home. Where are you? At the old site, in the barrel room. There was some rustling as if he too were sitting down. I haven't been out here for a long time. It smells the same. Looks the same. I've never gone there. You'd like it. It's your kind of place. Everything simple and functional and handmade. She glanced over at her living room and focused on the first spade she'd found out in those fields that she'd planted with corn every year. The thing was old, rusty, and to her, beautiful. The period of silence that followed made her feel like he was in the room with her. I'm glad you haven't hung up, Lane said finally. I wish I could. Yeah, I've been on these calls. They suck. I know. She cleared her throat. I thought about what you told me all the way home. I thought about the way you looked when you were talking to me. I thought about things, the way things were. And, Lane, even if I could get past everything, and I'm not saying I can, what exactly do you want from me? There's a good question. He's married. Like, granted, he hates his wife and he's said he wants a divorce, which is, great, but that is a long way from actually being divorced. Da, da, da. What do you want from me? Anything you'll give me. She laughed in a tense burst. That was honest. Do I have a shot with you again? Because I'll tell you right now, if there's any chance you'll have me, Stop, she breathed. Just stop. When he did, she pulled at her hair, tugging so hard it made her eyes water even harder. Or maybe that was happening for other reasons. I wish you hadn't come home, she heard herself say. I wish I was almost over you, Lane. I was getting my breath back, my life back. I was. And now here you are, saying things that I want to hear and looking at me like you mean them. But I don't want to go back. I can't. Then let's move forward. Like that's so easy. It's not, but it's better than nothing. As the quiet stretched out again, she felt the need to speak, to explain things further, to go into greater detail. But as words jammed in her head, she gave up the fight. There hasn't been a night, a day that I haven't thought of you, Lizzie. The same was true for her, but she didn't want to give him that kind of ammunition against her. What have you been doing all this time up there? Nothing. And I mean that. I've been staying with my friend Jeff, drinking, playing poker, waiting, hoping to get a chance to speak with you. For 2 years. I would have waited a dozen. Lizzie stopped with the hair pulling. Please don't do this. I want you, Lizzie. As what he said sank in, her heart pounded so hard she could feel the increase in blood pressure across her chest and face. I've never stopped wanting you, Lizzie, thinking about you, wishing you were here with me. Hell, I feel like I've been in a relationship with a ghost. I see you on the streets of New York constantly, some blonde woman passing me on the sidewalk. Maybe it was the way she had her hair, or the sunglasses. Excuse me. Or the color of her blue jeans. I see you in my dreams every night. You're so real that I can touch you, feel you, be with you. You've got to stop. I can't, Lizzie. I can't. Closing her eyes, she started to weep in the solitude of her oh so modest farmhouse, the one she had bought and was almost finished paying for. The very best symbol of why she didn't need a man in her life, now or ever, he whispered. No, she choked out after a moment. I'm not. Are you lying? Yes, I am. End of chapter. Okay, so he's coming dangerously close to creepy territory. Like, I know they're going to end up together in the end and it's going to be oh so romantic, but he is very clearly being told, like, stop this. And that is one thing I'll say. She has been a very clear, we had a thing, you ended it, you married somebody else, he treated her badly at the end, she doesn't want to go there with him again. She's very clear that we're done. We are done and we're not going back there. He clearly wants her back. He hasn't done the whole, I made a terrible mistake thing yet. He kind of did. But I'm sure we'll get more of that. But she's being very clear on the leave me alone. But he does not seem to be Sorry, I'm being distracted by a thing. Ah, okay. Put that away until later. But yeah, so she's on the not going there again. He's going, but I want you. What do we bet he sends her a present? I'm predicting his next move is to send her a gift. Something that he'll like try to be anonymous, but of course everyone will know it's him. Something like that, because he doesn't seem to be taking no for an answer. All right, chapter 13. As Lane stared across the old still that had been made by one of his ancestors, he knew he was under the legal alcohol limit to drive a car, but that wasn't going to last. How exactly do you know that? Do you have a breathalyzer in your pocket? At his hip was a bottle of number 15 that he'd snagged from a shipping carton, and although he hadn't cracked the seal on it, he had every intention of drinking the thing dry. All around him, the old site was dark, and he'd been surprised that the lock pad and the security alarm had the same codes as before. Then again, he would have broken in if he had to. He felt some compelling drive to be here, as if connecting to his family's beginnings would somehow improve where he was at. He knew he should leave Lizzie alone. Well, we've got that at least. I'm sorry, he muttered. I want to say all the right things, do the right things, and I know I'm not. I know I didn't. God damn it, Lizzie. He cocked his head to one side and held the phone between his shoulder and his ear. Picking up the bourbon, he opened the bottle and put it to his mouth. The idea that he'd made her cry again ate him alive. Well, then leave her alone. Are you drinking? She asked. It's either that or bang my head into the wall until it bleeds. As she exhaled, he took another pull, and a third. When he was finished swallowing and the burn down his throat had eased, he asked the question he'd been dreading the answer to. Are you with someone else? Because that would make you back off? She took a long time to answer. No. Now he was the one exhaling. I don't believe in God, but at this moment, I'm willing to call myself a Christian. What if I don't want you anymore? What are you going to do then? Are you saying that's true? Maybe. He closed his eyes. Then I'll back off. It'll ruin me, but I'll go away. Are you kidding me? More quiet, which he passed by working on his bottle. They're gonna find him like passed out in the morning. Friends, she said eventually. That's as far as I'm going. That's all I can do. Okay, I respect that. What do you bet he doesn't? He could hear the relief in her voice. Thank you. But, he interjected, what does that mean exactly? Okay. Excuse me? Well, friends, like, what is that? I can call you, right? And friends can share a meal now and then, so they keep each other up on the news. Divorces, moving plans, new directions, this kind of thing. Lane, he smiled. I love when you say my name like that. When I'm annoyed, it's sexy. Lizzie cleared her throat. That's not a friendship word, okay? Yeah, see, there we go. 5 seconds. 5 seconds, and he's already, like. I was merely making a statement of fact. Opinion. Fact. Lane, I'm telling you right now, you need to. As she went off on him, talking in her typical straightforward, no nonsense way, he closed his eyes and listened to the orders, letting the tone of her voice wash over him. Deep in his gut, that old familiar lust stirred. A dragon woken up, and the urge was so strong. He wanted to get in his car and head out over the bridges to Indiana. Are you still there? She demanded. Oh, yeah. Rearranging his erection in his pants, he held back a groan. Yes, I am. Oh, God. He's using her as like a sex hotline right now. He's drinking and getting off to the sound of her voice while she's telling him to stay away from her and that she doesn't want to be with him anymore and is going off on him for being disrespectful. And Oh, like, ugh, like, ugh. If he starts jerking it, I got words. I got words. It's not good. It's not good, bro. Whew. You know, for a guy who's the main character, he's coming off just a little creepy. So, hopefully that gets toned down. You know, or does it become retroactively not creepy when she takes him back? I don't know. You know, I've never bought into that. If it's creepy, it's creepy. Doesn't matter if they end up together. What he did was still creepy. Where are we? What are you doing? He moved his hand way away from ground zero. Nothing. That's what it tells he's not jerking off. Well, she said, are you? Am I what? Falling asleep on me. Hardly, he muttered. There was a heartbeat of a pause, then a tight, oh, like she'd caught his drift. Ew! Ew! I'd be hanging up with extreme prejudice. I better go, he said roughly. You take care, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Except now she didn't seem to want to get him off the phone. And his cock was... Wow! Why do we have to know? And his cock was very truly happy about that. So you're really staying, she said. Why do we always need to know? Why does the penis of the male character become its own character? Why? If I ever catch myself doing that in anything I wrote, I will burn it immediately. Okay, again, I like this author, but I have a feeling, you know, the quality that she had at the beginning of the other series that I read, and even that series kind of went off a cliff, which is why I stopped reading it. I do intend to finish it, though. I'm not sure how many books are left. I heard it's like 20, and I'm like 7 in, so that's a lot. But I have a feeling, like, especially writers who have like 30 plus books out there, I think she's closer to 40, but you get lazy. These are a little lazy. Again, I like this author much better than 50 Shades, still much better. Anything is better than 365, but better than both of those for sure. But it's a little lazy. It's getting a little lazy with the tropes. Can we talk about something else? His erection thought. Okay, his penis is having thoughts now. Oh, down boy. Yes, I am. As he shifted on the hard floor and tried to ignore the way that zipper stroked him. Ow. I have to meet with Samuel T. about my divorce. So you're really going to... Yes, he said, immediately. And no, it's not just about you. I made a mistake and I'm fixing it for everybody. Yeah, why do I have a feeling that's not going to be so easy? Okay. She cleared her throat. Yes. I'm only looking forward, Lizzie. So you say. Well, goodbye. No, he cut in. Not that. We say goodnight, all right? Not goodbye. Not unless you want me showing up to sleep on your doorstep like a stray dog. Yeah, he's being so respectful of the whole friends thing. Ugh. I mean, I can't bitch too much because I've done the friends thing with the ex, and yeah. All right. Before she ended the call on her side, he mouthed, I love you. Good night, Lizzie. That's not creepy at all. Good night, Lane. Ending the connection, he let his arm fall down and the phone hit the concrete floor with a crack. I love you, Lizzie, he muttered out loud. Taking another draw off the bottle, he thought how convenient it was that his family's fortunes were based on something that could get him drunk, as opposed to the countless other consumer products which wouldn't have helped him in his current predicament. Pencils, car batteries, band-aids, chewing gum. When his phone went off again, he snapped to and picked the thing up, but it wasn't Lizzie calling him back. Jeff, he said, even though he really didn't want to talk to anybody. His Manhattan host's voice was dry. You're still alive. Pretty much. He put the bottle to his mouth again. How's you? Are you drinking? Yep. Number 15. I'd share with you if you were here. Uh. Such a southern gentleman. His buddy cursed. Lane, where are you? Home. Cue the crickets over the connection. As in, yep, Charlemont. Born and bred I was, and back into the fold I have returned. Huh. Guess he was getting drunk. He sounded really southern. I've known a few people who, yeah, when they're drinking, their accent gets stronger. Like you in the Upper East Side, only we have chitterlings and fried chicken. I don't remember what chitterlings are. What the hell are you doing there? My. He cleared his throat. A very important person got sick, and I had to come. Who? The woman who raised me. My, well, mother. Even though she's not my biological mother. She was sick a couple years ago, but you know these things. They can return. She says she's going to be fine, though, and I'm hanging on to that. When are you coming back? Lane took another drink. Did I ever tell you I got married? What? It was right before I came up north and started crashing with you. I'm gonna stay down here until I know Miss Aurora's okay and that dumb idea is taken care of. Plus, anyway, there's this other woman who just told me to go away. Hi, Sarah. You're listening on Chipmunk Mode until you catch up. Okay. This shouldn't take too long. Ugh. Stretch break. Oh, that's better. Really. One of these days I'll learn how to sit up properly. Hold on. Just fucking hell, hold on. There was some rustling, then the of someone trying to get a lighter to spit out a flame, followed by some puffing. I'm gonna need a Cuban to get through this. So, there's a wife? I told you I wasn't gay. And is there a reason you haven't been with anyone up here? No, that's because of the other female, the one I didn't marry, the one who's naturally beautiful and way too good for me. I'm gonna need a Venn diagram, the guy muttered. God damn it, why didn't you talk about all this? Lane shook his head even though his old friend couldn't see him. I was in running mode, man. He hated that Chantal had called it right. It was all too loud in my head. The whole thing. So how's you? You drop all that crap and end it with a how am I? I got drinking to do. Talking is only slowing me down, but I'm free to listen. He swallowed a long draft. So, what's up? I'm good, you know. Work's the same. 10,000 screamers calling, a boss who's up my ass, and 16 Motrin a day to keep my head from exploding. Same old, same old. At least there's money there. Excuse me, I have to scold somebody for having wireless shit and not charging it. I always have wired in shit because any job you do remote, one of the biggest things they say is that your equipment has to be hardwired. Like, that's the only reason I own an Ethernet cable. But yeah, everything has to be wired specifically so that it doesn't die in the middle of your shift. How about that? The work laptops are hilarious. The one of two times I have had a laptop that belonged to the company that I had to use to work remotely for them. The thing was so fucking loaded with spyware and company software and like just all kinds of freaking just garbage software, and it was so restricted and so like they had so much security on it even for stupid shit. I swear to God, it took 35 minutes for the thing to fully load, to start up and load and get to the place where I can use it in the morning. 35 minutes. They had so many fucking security restrictions. I literally could not adjust the volume on the fucking computer because you couldn't change any of the settings or anything. It was ridiculous. I didn't work for them for very long. They got their crappy laptop back. Okay, I returned all their stuff. They did not pay me for the last week that I worked for them, so screw them. At least there's money there, especially now you're not taking me for $250,000 every week across the belt. They spoke for a while more about nothing in particular. Poker games, Wall Street, the woman Jeff was banging. And even though Lane wasn't much for the phone convos, he realized he missed the guy. He'd gotten used to the quick talk, the fast wit, and especially that hint of a Jersey accent where words ending in A were pronounced with And people waited online instead of in line. Excuse me. And it wasn't birthday instead of birthday. So I guess this is goodbye, his old college roommate said. Lane frowned and pictured Lizzie, heard her voice, remembered her caution. Why am I having hiccups? Then he rearranged his persistent arousal. Why do you still have a hard on when you're talking? Why? Ew. Why did we need to know that? Ew. Was there a possibility he might not go back to New York, he wondered. Then again, he shouldn't get ahead of himself. When it came to getting Lizzie back, it took two to tango. Just because he was ready to resume the relationship doesn't mean she was ever going to jump back into things. She literally just told him no. Like, I'm sorry, but this is the kind of guy I want to beat him on the head with the bottle he's drinking out of. Because she just told him, like, 4 different times, no, and no. We're not getting back together. I don't want you back. You broke my heart. I'm just starting to get over you. We're not going to be a thing again. I'm not taking you back. I don't care what your excuse is. Leave me alone. To which his answer was, hey, you want to be friends? While trying not to jerk off to her voice on the phone. But was it no, or no? It was all of the above. I said, were you here when the word dragons came up? There were dragons. Not actual dragons, but the word. I thought of you. I'm glad you're here. Did you see all our new painted ducks? I'm showing them off again because nobody was here in the beginning, and I'm proud of them. And I worked hard and I stabbed myself, so I'm showing off our new painted ducks again. These are all our new painted ducks. We have Porygon Duck, Poliwag Duck, Mark Zuckerberg Duck, Julia Roberts at the Polo Match Duck, my personal favorite Black Swan Duck because how fucking awesome does that look, and Queen Midas Duck. Yeah, it was in reference to Bourbon, of course. Something about like dragon's breath or something like that, because everything is in reference to Bourbon. But yeah, this guy's just been told by his ex multiple times that she is done, and he's just like, yeah, that's great. So when can I bang you, more or less? He's not forget about taking a hint. He's not taking direct statements. And she works for his family, so there's that bit of, plus the person he's trying to divorce just said to his face that she's not going to go quietly, so there's that. But glad to have you here. Just because he was ready to resume the relationship didn't mean she was ever going to jump back into things. And then there was his family, as if he could imagine living at Easterly again. Even if Miss Aurora got back on her feet fully and he and Lizzie worked things out, the idea of coexisting with his father was enough to make him think fondly of the Canadian border. And even that wouldn't be far enough away. It would be very weird to be not an adult, but to be a married couple living in his parents' house. Like, even if it's some huge estate, mansion, whatever, it would still be weird. I don't know if I'm staying permanently. You can always come back here. My couch misses you already. And nobody plays Texas Hold'em like you do. Hey, that's one of the pokers I actually know how to play. The two of them hung up after a set of goodbyes, and as Lane did another round with the lax arm, phone flopping down on the concrete floor thing. Oh, we've got our first string of hyphens. He refocused on the ancient still across the way. The thing had been used for decades around the turn of the century and was now an artifact to be viewed by the tens of thousands of visitors a year that came to the old site. For some reason, it dawned on him that he'd never had a job. The extent of his professional endeavors was avoiding paparazzi, which was more about survival than anything you should make a career out of. And courtesy of all his trust fund junkie stuff, he didn't know any he didn't know about bosses or annoying cube mates or bad commutes. He didn't think about needing to be somewhere at a certain time or performance reviews or headaches caused from too many hours at a computer screen. Yeah, if I had that problem, it went away a long time ago. Funny, he'd never once considered the fact that he had so much in common with Chantal. The only difference between them, her family money wasn't enough to keep her in the lifestyle she'd been accustomed to, which is why she'd had to marry him. Then there was Lizzie, working so hard, paying off that farm of hers. Knowing her, she probably hit her goal already. It just made him respect her even more. He's going to end up paying off the house, right? And she's going to be furious at him, right? Also made him wonder exactly what he had to offer a woman of substance. 2 years ago, he'd been all raging hard-ons and family drama, so hungry for her physically, so captivated by her mentally that he'd never looked at himself from her point of view. All his money and social position were only valuable to people like Chantal. Lizzie wanted more, deserved more. She wanted real. Maybe he wasn't so above that wife of his after all. Ex-wife, he corrected himself as he kept drinking. End of chapter. Dude, she ain't your ex yet. And whenever somebody responds to the words "I want a divorce" with "you think you can get rid of me that easy," it ain't gonna be that easy. I also think she's banging the father. I maintain that. Because I think I'm right about that. Oh, somebody's kitty's been chewing wires again. Yeah, they do that. And I know of a certain doggy who is waiting for her human to come home to her because our dear persnickety is on a plane as we speak. So I'm sure Sasha will be going absolutely insane when Mommy gets home. And then she will be scolding her for "how dare you leave me." Even though I'm sure she had a very wonderful time with the dog sitter and got away with a ton of stuff she doesn't normally get away with because the sitter doesn't know all the rules. Chapter 14. To what do I owe this honor? As Jin's father spoke, "Oh, we're finally getting a scene with the dad. Okay. I wasn't sure we'd ever get any scenes with the parents, but apparently we are. Okay." As Jin's father spoke, it was a statement, not a question, and the tone suggested that her standing by the doorway to his bedroom was an intrusion. Too bad, she thought. I want to know what the hell you've done with Richard Ford. There's a P in front of Ford, but I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm ignoring it. Her father didn't miss a beat over at his bureau, continuing to take the gold studs out of his French cuffs. What? Take the gold studs out of his French cuffs. I know French cuffs is cufflinks. I don't know how cufflinks work, and I've never actually handled a pair of them. But do they disassemble? Is that how they work? Are they? Is it more than one piece? I don't know. Never handled cufflinks. His black tuxedo jacket. Hey, we finally have somebody who wears a tuxedo. Given the cover, which I hope the shininess is not bothering anyone because I realized I forgot to take it off. But we finally have somebody wearing a tuxedo. His black tuxedo jacket had been folded once and laid on the foot of the chaise lounge, and his black and red suspenders had been shucked from his shoulders and dangled from his waist like ribbons. "Father," she barked, "what have you done?" He left her hanging until he'd undone his bow tie and pulled the thing free from his collar. "It's time you settled down." Dude, she is your daughter, not your cow. You can't just... You are hardly in a position to advocate for marriage. Yes, yeah, seriously. And Richard is a perfect husband. Only if I can bludgeon him to death for the insurance money. Not for me. That remains to be seen. He turned and faced her, his eyes cold, his handsome face impassive. And make no mistake, you will marry him. Okay, so it's going to be marry him or I cut you off financially. This is why if I was born into a rich family, I would have been like finding a way to like squirrel away money of my own in case it ever came to this since I was like 3. Because if you're in a rich family, that's always the threat. Do what I want or I take the money away. So I would have made damn sure that I had put away enough to take care of myself if it ever came to that. How dare you? This isn't the turn of the century. Women are not chattel. We can hold property, have our own bank accounts. We can even vote. And we sure as hell can decide whether or not we want to walk down the aisle. And I will not, ever, go on a date with that man, much less marry him. Especially if it benefits you in some way. Yes, you will. For a split second, his stare flared up over her shoulder, and he seemed to shake his head as if he were dismissing someone who was out in the hall. And you will do so as soon as possible. How about no? Chin twisted around, expecting somebody to be standing behind her on the threshold. No one was there. Okay, so somebody ran off, but somebody saw that. She refocused on him. You'll have to put a gun to my head. No, I won't. You're going to do it on your own, voluntarily. Okay, so what's the threat? I will not. Yes, you will. In the quiet that followed, her heart skipped a number of beats. Over the course of her life, she had learned to both hate and fear her father, and in this tense, airless silence between them, she wondered not for the first time what he was truly capable of. You can choose to fight, he said smoothly, or we can be efficient about this. You're only going to hurt yourself if you don't do this for the family. Oh, bite me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to retire for the evening. Okay, dude, how about you fucking explain why you want this in the first place? I'm not saying she should go along with it, but I'm saying an explanation would, be warranted. Or why he thinks that he can order her to do this, because so far I'm not seeing any compelling reason other than because I said so, to which my answer is always fuck off. Because I said so is never a reason to do anything. And if your parents are the ones telling you because I said so, it's because they don't know the answer, kids. That's the only time your parents will resort to because I said so. It's because they don't have an answer for you. Don't let them get away with it. Ugh, I get too many emails from Shein. I looked on their site for one thing. Now I get like daily emails from them. Ugh. You can't treat me like this. She forced some strength into her voice. I'm not some corporate executive you can hire and fire, and you can't order me around. Not when it's going to ruin my life. Your life is already ruined. You had a child at 17. Okay, yeah, we knew about this. But dude, that child is like a teenager in its own right now. That was a long time ago. So what are you fucking like here in this house, for God's sakes, and have followed that up with the kind of promiscuous behavior typically reserved for Las Vegas strippers. Wow. Holy shit. You barely graduated from Sweetbriar due to an affair with your married English professor, and as soon as you moved back here, you slept with my chauffeur. You're a disgrace to this household, and what's worse, I get the distinct impression that part of your enjoyment in these exploits is the embarrassment it causes your mother and me. Uh-huh. Of course it is. And who got her knocked up at 17? I need an answer to this. Maybe if I'd had a good male role model to look up to, I wouldn't find men so universally unappealing. Yeah, tell him, girl. Would that you found any of them unappealing. That's not your problem, however. For some reason, Richard is undaunted by your reputation. An error in judgment he will no doubt come to regret. Thankfully, that's not my concern. Gee, couldn't be that the guy is like secretly bankrupt, so he's marrying her for the money, and that's why he's willing to overlook the reputation. I hate you, she hissed. The sad thing is, my dear, you lack sufficient depth for that level of enmity. Oh, now I'm looking for some. If I'm her, I'm grabbing the nearest heavy object and throwing it right in his goddamn face. Oh, and I don't care who sees. Like, I would have stabbed this guy with a letter opener by now. If you had any intelligence at all, you'd realize that Richard Ford will be able to keep you in the lifestyle that you require as much as air itself for the rest of your days. And you will be ensuring the future success and financial health of the family who gave you those high cheekbones and lovely peaches and cream complexion. Ew, creepy! It will be, when all is said and done, the only contribution you will ever make to the name Bradford. Wow! Wow, is that disgusting? Also, he just wrote off his own grandchild as like worthless or nothing or whatever. Like, fuck you. But fuck this guy so much. He's now on my list of people I hope are dead by the end of the series. Chin was dimly aware of breathing hard. Someday you're going to pay for your sins. Are you getting religious now? I would think any kind of conversion for you might be difficult even for the likes of Jesus. How can you be so hateful? I never met anyone as cold as you. I'm taking care of you the only way I know how. I'm giving you a fortune at your disposal, a worthy name. You can even take Amelia with you if you want, or she can stay here. Okay, nobody cares about this kid. As if she's a piece of luggage. She shook her head. Are you depraved? You are depraved. You are absolutely, clinically depraved. Yeah? He bolted forward and grabbed her arm, for once allowing some emotion to escape that aristocratic mask of self assurance. You have no idea what is required to keep this family afloat. None. Your most difficult task day to day is prioritizing whether to get your hair or your nails done first. So do not talk to me about depravity when I am solving a problem for all of the leeches under this roof. Richard Ford's favorable terms will help us continue to afford this. He shook he shook the skirt of her gown. And this. He jabbed a finger at the necklace around her throat. And all the other things you take advantage of every day, without pausing to reflect even for an instant how they are provided to you or at what cost. Okay, so yeah, this guy's awful. Marrying that man is the one and only thing that has ever been required of you in exchange for the blind luck of your birth and the freedom of your avarice. You are a Bradford through and through, capable only of consumption. But sometimes payment must be made, so yes, he spat, I can assure you, you will become the very happy, very beautiful, and very married Mrs. Richard Ford. You will give him children and be faithful to him, or so help me God, I will spank you like the 5-year-old you were. We understand each other. Or perhaps you'd like a crash course in trying to be like the people who wash your cars, make your food, clean your room, and press your clothes. Perhaps you'd like to know how hard it is to work for a living. Okay, that is such a bullshit threat. Because at her age, there's no way she doesn't A, have her own bank accounts, her own jewelry, and I'm sure it would not take too much effort for her to find some other guy that she could marry for money. That would be nothing. So can't really threaten to take away the lifestyle, dude. Like, things don't quite work like that. Like, even if he did, like, cut her off financially, there's no way that she would ever have to, like, actually get a job. It's just no way. She comes from way too much money. Plus, I'm sure any of the guys she has discarded would happily take her back and set her up as their mistress in a heartbeat, so there's always that. I despise you, she said, shaking from head to foot. Her father was likewise breathing hard and coughed into his fist. As if I care. Go have your temper tantrum and kick and scream. It will only prove me right. If you're any kind of woman, instead of a spoiled little brat, you will wake up in the morning and do your duty for once in your life. Really? Ugh, I could kill you right now. Oh, please do. But that would require getting and loading a gun, wouldn't it? Not exactly something you can ask your maid to do, assuming you don't want to get caught. Don't underestimate me. Given the low standard you set for yourself, that would certainly be difficult to do. Hey, asshole, she doesn't need to know how to load a gun to stab you to death. Spinning around, she tripped out of the room and ran down the hall to her suite. Throwing herself over the threshold, she locked herself in and panted. Oh, hell no, she vowed. You are not going to do this to me. If he thought she'd been in trouble before, wait till he got a load of what she was going to do now. Let's see. Blast nude selfies all over the tabloids with all her many lovers. See what that does? As she marched between her... Ooh, typo. As she marched between her bath and her bedroom, plans twisted in her head, many of which involved felonies and her father. Eventually, she had to get out of her dress. She'd left the thing where it fell on the floor, stepping free of the pool of silk before continuing to pace in her bustier and her stilettos, and those diamonds that her brother's slut wife had tried to get first tonight. As she seethed, all she could think about was the very first time she had hated her father. Oh, now we're getting another flashback. let's see, is this going to be the her telling him she's pregnant thing? Oh, apparently not. She'd been 6, maybe 7 when it had happened. New Year's Eve. She'd woken up because of the fireworks which had crackled and bloomed over a distant downtown area. Scared, she'd gone looking for Lane, the one she'd always taken solace from, only to find him down in the parlor with Max. Jin had insisted on staying with her brothers and doing whatever they did. It had been the story of her life back then, her always running to keep up, get some attention, be on anybody's radar. The household had revolved around her parents and catered to her brothers. She was the footnote, the afterthought, the rug that was tripped over on the way out the door to something better, more interesting, and more important. She hadn't wanted to drink that stuff in the bottle. The bourbon had smelled bad. But she knew it was a no-no. And if Max and Lane were going to have some, she was going to as well. And then they'd been caught. Not once, but twice. As soon as Edward had come into the parlor, he'd ordered her to go back to bed, and she had left via the back stairway as he told her to. When she'd gone down the staff hall, however, she heard voices and had had to hide in the shadows or be discovered. When her father had come out of Rosalinda Freeland's office, he'd been in his dressing robe and in the process of tying the two halves together as he emerged. Okay, so he's banging whoever that is. And he'd been glaring, as if he were angry, but there was no way he could have heard any of their voices down in the parlor. Jin's first instinct was to run to the front of the house to warn her brothers. Fear had stopped her, though, and then Mrs. Freeland had stepped out and grabbed her father's arm. Her young mind had wondered why the office lady's blouse had been untucked, and her hair, which had always been so orderly and stiff, was at bad angles. Yep. The two of them had argued in hushed tones, saying things that she couldn't hear over the pounding of her heart. And then her father had marched off, and Mrs. Freeland had disappeared back into her office and shut the door. Jin had remained there for what felt like a year, afraid to leave in case Miss Freeland came back out. Except then she'd gotten scared that her father would come back down the hall and find her. He shouldn't have been there with that woman. He would not have been pleased that she had seen him. In her bare feet she had whispered to the staff stairs and stuck close to the cold plaster wall as she ascended. Up on the second floor she'd become frozen as another round of fireworks went off. And as soon as they finished, she had taken shelter in the open door of a guest suite, wishing she had somewhere safe to go. Going back to her room alone had seemed terrifying. Plus, what if her father was looking for her? Curling into a sit, she had tucked her legs up to her chest and hugged her knees. Their father must have found her brothers. There was no way the man would have missed them if he had used the front stairs. And that frightened her even more than any noise outside. Moments later, Edward came up the grand staircase, and her father was behind him, looming like a monster. For some reason, her brother's gait was sloppy, and the skin of his face was gray. Her father had been as straight-backed and disapproving as a church pew. Where were the other two? No words were spoken as the pair of them proceeded to their father's door, and when they arrived at their destination, Edward stepped off to one side and then stumbled into the dark room as the way was open for him. You know where the belts are. That was all their father had said. No, she thought. That was not fair. Edward wasn't involved. Why was he? The door had shut with a clap, and she had trembled at what was going to come next. Sure enough, a sharp slapping sound was followed by a swallowed grunt, and again, and again. Edward never cried, never cursed. She had listened to this enough times to know. Jin put her head down on her thin forearms and squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't know why their father hated Edward so much. The man disliked the rest of them, but her brother made him furious. Edward never cried, so she cried for him, and decided then and there that if her father could hate Edward, two could play at that game. And she was going to pick the one who was at this very minute wielding that belt. She was going to hate her father from now on. Yeah, kids figure out pretty early that their parents suck. Man, all I can think about right now is a really, really cheesy pizza. Refocusing, Jin found out that she had sat down on her bed, put her knees to her chest, and linked her arms around herself. as if she were once again sitting just outside the guest room with nothing but Lane's nightgown to keep her warm. There's another typo. And what was happening in her father's room terrifying her to the core. Yes, that was when it had started for her, and William Baldwin had never given her cause to reconsider her hatred. This business with Richard Ford was just another entry on a very long list. But it wasn't the worst. No, the worst that man had done was something only she seemed to suspect, something that no one else brought up, whether it was under Easterly's roof or in the newspapers. She was convinced her father was the one who had had Edward kidnapped. This wouldn't surprise me. Her brother had been to South America rather often, as and as with American executives of his position and stature, he had always traveled with bodyguards and security hired by the BBC. With that kind of convergence, no one should have gotten within 20 yards of the man, and yet somehow her brother had been taken. Not on the road traveling or even at some remote destination, but from his very hotel suite. Yeah, that screams inside job. How the hell did that happen? The first thing she had thought of when she'd finally been told about the ordeal was that her father had had a hand in it. Did she have any evidence? No, she did not. But she had spent her childhood watching that man stare at Edwards as if he despised the very air the child breathed. And then later, when Edward had gone to work at the company, she had had the impression that the relationship between the pair had chilled even further, especially as the board of trustees had given Edward more and more responsibility. What better way to get rid of a rival than have him killed overseas? In a way that would make William Baldwin look like the victim because he was a mourning father. God, Edward had nearly been buried there, and when he'd finally come back, he'd been in terrible shape. Meanwhile, her father had been front and center with the media, the trustees, the family, but he had not even once gone to see his ruined son. Yeah. What do we bet? What's the bet we find out Edward's not his? Disgraceful. A confirmation that in her mind that William Baldwin had tried to get rid of a corporate threat he couldn't fire. No wonder she didn't trust men. No wonder she was never getting married, especially not to make her father happy. Well, I fully support her not going along with this marriage. End of chapter. Because it is bullshit. And their father does need to be murdered. I'm sure we will find out that she's entirely correct. But I'm willing to bet the reason that Daddy Baldwin hates his oldest son is because it's not his. You know, what do we bet we find out that Edward was born premature? You know, about 7 months after the wedding. We'll probably get that in a different book. Well, we're reading a clip tonight. No, actually, not so much. No, a little bit. Where's the puppy? I think he's under the puppy bed. Battery's on the couch. He had to be woken up from nightmares last night, poor little thing. But he got extra long cuddle time in bed, so he was very, very happy. Chapter 15. When Lizzie arrived at Easterly the next morning, it took her 2 tries to get the Yaris into a proper parking space, which was a sad commentary on her mental state, considering the car was the size of a bicycle. Heading out, she fumbled with her bag and dropped the thing, and as she leaned down to pick her sunscreen off the already hot asphalt, she realized she'd forgotten to bring her lunch. She closed her lids. Damn it. You okay there, girl? Lizzie straightened up and turned to Gary McAdams. The head groundsman was walking over the grass verge, his gimp foot barely slowing him down, his weathered face wrinkled with concern, like he was addressing a tractor that was about to lose its wheelbase. Did she look that bad, she wondered. Then again, she hadn't slept at all. Oh yeah, I'm fine. She forced a smile. Fine and dandy. You sure about that? No. Yes. How's your team doing? I got the mowing done. The ivy's trimmed. I'ma have 'em blow the terrace after 10. God, all these, like, ugh. I hate when people type out words how they would sound in somebody's accent. Because that was when they were allowed to make that kind of noise around the house. Tents are up, catering area is ready with the grills in place, but there's a problem. Lizzie jogged her bag up higher on her shoulder and thought she was so ready to deal with an issue she could solve. What? That Mr. Harry is wanting to talk to you. There's a problem with those champagne glasses. The placement of them on the tables? She shut her car door. Because they're going to be passed, I thought. No, they done got only half the order. He thinks you changed the number. Okay, why is the gardener ordering champagne glasses? Like, what exactly is her job? What? Why would I do that? He said you were the only person with access to the rental people. I ordered the tents, that's it. He's supposed to handle the cutlery and the glassware and the plates. I'm sorry, am I yelling? I feel like I'm yelling. He put his paw on her shoulder. Don't worry about it, girl. Mr. Harry drives me stupid too. It's Mr. Harris. I know. She laughed. I'll go deal with him. Anytime you get bored of him, I got a shovel and a backhoe. Plenty of open country at my place. You're a gentleman. Hardly. Give me your bag, girl. I'll walk you up. It weighs nothing. I can handle it. She started towards the pathway that led up to Easterly's servant wing. Besides, I can use it to hit him over the head if I have to. Yeah, why is she getting accused of doing something that's, like, not even her job? Like, weird. Remember my backhoe, he called out. Always. With every step on the cobblestones, her chest tightened. The choking sensation got worse as the vast back of the white mansion came into view in the distance. After having passed the wee hours staring up at her ceiling, she had just come to no she had come to no conclusion about her and Lane. What had stuck with her? The sound of him at the end of that call. She remembered that sexy tone in his voice. It had usually meant he was going to find a way to get her alone and undressed ASAP. Okay, the guy you said to leave you alone like multiple times, but you're clearly still hung up on, and that's why his being kind of creepy and kind of stalkery is going to be okay in the end. Like, what is it going to take to get rid of the stalking is sexy trope, honestly? Because I think enough generations have been burdened with it, and we should finally put it to rest. I mean, at least the only person I stalk is a fictional character. And no, I do not mean I stalk the actual actor, because I don't. I make a very clear line in my head always between fictional character and real person, i.e., fantasizing during sex about fictional character, okay. Fantasizing during sex about real person who played the character, not okay. It had seemed like a complete and total betrayal that her body was nothing but, oh yeah, as if her libido had been waiting for the return of its master. Okay, I need to not, can we go one book? Can I get one book without the word master in it, please? Just one! My head's gonna break tonight. Really just thinking about pizza. Really cheesy pizza. The kind that when you pick up a slice, it stretches, and there's just cheese, and it's really good, and it's nicely browned on top. But come on, she was so much more, so much better than a stolen orgasm or two with a man she should be handling with barbecue tongs and a fire extinguisher. Craziness. When she finally got up to the house, she went through the side entrance of the garden and cut across to the rear kitchen door just so she could check that everything for the party was where she left it the night before. Which was silly. Like a bunch of elves had come in and fucked up everything under the moonlight. Well, yeah. In a state that big with a staff that big, the odds of somebody fucking something up when you're not there, I would say, are fairly high. Putting the staff entrance to use, she walked into the vast kitchen that was, for the moment, clean and cold and empty, just waiting for the arrival of the chefs who were slated to work from 8 to 8. The place wasn't completely deserted, however. Miss Aurora was in front of the industrial stove, an iron pan full of bacon crackling to her left, a second one to the right full of bright yellow scrambled eggs. 4 plates were set out on the main island's stainless steel countertop, along with bowls of fresh raspberries, blueberries, a silver service of sugar, cream, and coffee on a tray, and a basket of some manner of homemade pastries. Okay, now I'm really hungry. Miss Aurora. The woman looked over her shoulder. Oh, there she is. How you doing? You eat? Yes, ma'am. Not enough. You and Lane. Too skinny. The cook turned back to her eggs and flipped them around with the red spatula. You should let me feed you. I don't want to be any trouble. I would let this woman feed me, like, every day. There was a grunt of disapproval, and before their usual argument started up, Lizzie cut in. You're looking so well. I told that butler I didn't need no ambulance. Clearly you were right, and Lane must be so relieved. Have you seen Mr. Harris? In his office. You want me to go with you? So you heard about the champagne gate. I was the one who gave Gary the heads up, because I knew he'd see you first. Excuse me. Didn't want you to walk in here without being forewarned. I didn't switch any order. Of course you didn't. Miss Aurora lined up the 15-pound fry pan like it lifted up the 15-pound fry pan like it weighed no more than a paper plate. As she portioned out the eggs, she shook her head. And there's a perfectly good explanation. What is it? None of my business. Okay. Lizzie took a moment to give the cook an opportunity to elaborate, but she didn't. Well, anyway, I'm going to take care of this. I'm really glad you're up and around, Miss Aurora. You're a good girl, Lizzie. You'd better, but, but you'd be better if you let me make you some breakfast. Maybe in my next life. You only get one, then you go to heaven. That's what my father always told me. Mine too. Walking over the tiled floor, Lizzie pushed open the double flap doors and went down the staff hall. Mr. Harris's office was right across from Rosalinda's, and she knocked on the butler's door. Knocked again. Tried a third time, even though it was a waste of knuckles. Sniffing at the air, she grimaced and thought that the corridor needed some serious airing out. Then again, the Bradfords refused to put central AC or heat in this part of the house. Staff, after all, could suck it up. Really, in this day and age, you wouldn't just do that for, like, property value? Going over to Rosalinda's varnished door, she gave that one a try, too, even though the family's controller was a strict 9 to 5er with a 30-minute lunch at 12 noon precisely and two 15-minute breaks at 10:30 and 3. The regimented schedule had seemed bizarre at first, but however many years later, it was just another of the rules and regs at Easterly. It had, and it made sense. A woman who did nothing but pay bills and add and subtract money out of accounts had probably had slide rules in her veins and serious control issues. And she's banging the owner. Thus her title. Putting her hands on her hips, Lizzie knew that the butler was probably waiting on the family in the small dining room, including Lane. She checked her watch. She was not going to wait for Mr. Harris to come back here. There was no way she was having this confrontation out in the open. Plus, there was real work to do. She hadn't finished the bouquet bowl the night before. Heading for the conservatory through the back channel, she tossed out the tangle in her brain and focused on what she had to do. After the flowers were finally finished, she could put the tablecloths out because there was no chance of rain or wind before the brunch tomorrow. And she was usually in charge of getting all the glassware and plates where they needed to be at the bars and food service stations around the garden. Greta was due in. Good morning. Lizzie froze with her hand on the conservatory door. Glancing over her shoulder, she met Lane's eyes. Okay, dude, you are pushing it. I was trying to avoid calling him a stalker, but he's officially a stalker now. Because, dude, she just told you to leave her alone when you drunk called her to jerk off to the sound of her voice. She told you to leave her alone. You did the can't we be friends thing. She tried to be nice to you, but you couldn't be respectful for 5 goddamn seconds on the phone, and now you're waiting for her at work the next morning. Like, not cool, dude. Not cool. He was sitting off to the side in an armchair, legs crossed at the knee, elbows on the rests, long fingers steepled in front of his chest. Oh, so we're looking extra creepy as well, because just why not? He was dressed in the same clothes he'd been wearing the night before, and his hair was a mess, as if he'd slept somewhere other than his bed. Is he still drunk? Do we think he's still drunk? Waiting for me, she heard herself say as her heart pounded. Okay, he's okay. So he's been up all night drinking. Do we think he's still drunk? Is she gonna take him upstairs and put him to bed? Mm. All right. I'm going to take this interlude to remind everyone if you would like to help this channel and help Girl out, you can do so with the PayPal link above by sponsoring one of these random ducks, which are still some pretty cool ones in here. Or if you would like something more specific, we have our lovely painted ducks. We now have 10 of them available, and they are very awesome. Please specify which one. If you sponsor a painted duck. Option 2, for $25, we have these very real police issue handcuffs with a key in here and a key on a string in case I need to get out of them. These are my personal favorite, and it's been too long since I felt them, so there's always that. Or for a high roller tier, we have for $50 our Skittles, for which orange is the only flavor we have not tried yet. Therefore, our next Skittles request, we have to try the orange. But after that, we get to be either sponsors request or completely random. But we got to try the orange. It's the only flavor left. So, rules of the universe just dictate we have to try each color once before we go random. So, we got these. Plenty of them left. And I overfilled my glass a little bit, so careful, careful, careful. Okay, now it won't spill. And I do actually have a spoon. I remembered. Ha! I remembered to bring an actual spoon in case I need to stir Skittles drink mix so that it doesn't have chunks of powder floating on the top of it. It mixes pretty good though. Just pouring it in mixes like 90% of it. So I like that. It doesn't turn into paste when you try to mix it. That's good. Because some drink powders, you got to stir them for 10 freaking minutes and there's still chunks in it. So I will say dissolves well in water. I can give it that. Up in her bedroom, Jin fisted a Prada blouse and crammed the thing into the corner of her Louis Vuitton rolling suitcase. Oh, so she's running, of course. Tissue paper. You're supposed to put tissue paper in here. Where the... Going on the hunt, she found the pink pastel sheets with her initials stamped on them in a large flat drawer in her wardrobe. Back at where she was packing, she licked her forefinger and peeled one free, and a waft of cocoa tickled her nose, because her maid had sprayed each one individually when they'd arrived. Stuffing the delicate paper around the wad of silk, she backed that up with a McQueen skirt. Oh, we get brand name. Where is it? Ooh, I really need more space. Repeating the process until she had 4 outfits in there, she leaned back and checked out her work. Horrible. Nothing like what Blanche did for her, but she was not waiting until that woman came in for her shift at noon. Chin was in the process of closing things up when she realized she had no underwear, no shoes, no bra, and no toiletries. She took out a second Louis Vuitton roller and screwed the tissue paper. Hello, Deacon. We'll forgive you. You missed all of our new painted ducks, though, so now I have an excuse to show them off again. I know I'm being annoying, but it's my channel, therefore I can. So, going from that side to this side, we have Porygon Duck, Poliwag Duck, Mark Zuckerberg Duck, Julia Roberts Duck, Black Swan Duck, which was really hard to make, so show some love, and why is my brain failing me so much tonight? Queen Midas Duck. Why could I not think of that? I was thinking Cicero because that's the name of the King Midas Duck. But now we have a Queen Midas Duck because it was needed. But yeah, the Black Swan one was extremely difficult. So I'm very proud of it. Oh, I know it's hot. Yeah. No, the reason I'm not wearing concealer and my face looks like shit tonight is because it's hot. Because I just could not. Yeah. So Jin has apparently decided that running away is the answer here. Can't say I blame her. It's great, isn't it? Yeah, it came out really well. Yep. It's got a hand-dyed tutu, all the rhinestones, the little crown made out of tin foil. Yeah, it came out good. What did she care anyway? She was just going to buy whatever else she wanted. When she was finished, she picked up the house phone over by her bed, dialed Rosalinda's office, and couldn't believe it as the voicemail kicked in. Where the hell was that woman? Yeah, somebody who's been described to be strictly, regimented to a schedule, and they're missing. A quick glance at the Cartier clock on her desk, and she discovered it was just 8:30. God, she hadn't been up this early in how long? Arrangements for the jets could also be made through her father's executive assistant, and that robot was always at her desk. But Jin didn't want him to know she was leaving until she was halfway to California, and undoubtedly his bulldog in a skirt would hop right on the phone if she called him. God, that expression on his face last night had made her blood run cold. She'd never seen him so furious. Uh, that movie still creeps you out. I haven't seen the movie yet. It's on my list for an upcoming movie night, but I haven't seen it yet. Uh, but again, she was nothing if not her father's daughter. As with hatred, the two of them were going to play at this game of chicken. Two were going to play at this game of chicken. 10 minutes later, Jin pulled out the handles on her luggage and tripped over the damn things as she rolled herself out into the corridor, with her matching monogram bag slipping against her side and one of her heels popping out of the back of her Louis Vuittons. As she shut her door, she cursed the lack of a bellman. Okay, girl, you are a little bit pathetic if you cannot even wheel your own damn suitcase. Come on. But she didn't trust that butler either. As a matter of fact, she trusted no one in his house. Before she took the elevator down to the basement level, she went to Amelia's room and opened the door. For the first time, the decor truly registered on her. The pink and white canopied bed was a queen size, even though her daughter barely weighed more than a pillow. There were no Taylor Swift or One Direction posters on the walls. The vanity was French and antique. The ensuite bathroom was marble and brass that was 60 years old, and the chandelier in the center was baccarat and suspended on a silk-sheathed chain below a handmade gold leaf medallion. In other words, it's super fancy for a child. It was more the suite of a 50-year-old than someone who was 15. 16, as of last night, Jin reminded herself. Tiptoeing across the needlepoint rug, she took her favorite picture of her dark-haired little girl, who was now not so dark-haired as she was getting blonde highlights every 6 weeks, so little given that she was a sophomore at Hotchkiss. Okay, so, like, has her kid been away from her whole life? The mere thought of her daughter made leaving Easterly feel even more right. She had 2 friends waiting for her in Montecito, and she could stay there until the point had been made that her father might run a billion-dollar-a-year corporation, but he was not in charge of her. After that, she would come back here just so he could see her on a regular basis and realize his mistake. Out in the hallway again, she kept the cursing to a minimum as she hobbled down to the elevator and loaded herself in. She broke a nail, punching repeatedly at the door closing button, and nearly snapped one of her stiletto heels off as she got off on the cellar level and had to pull the suitcases out. Okay, I get she's spoiled little rich girl who can't do anything for herself, but this is laying it on thick. She had no idea which way to go, where the garages were, how to orient herself underground. Okay, in her own fucking house. It took her nearly 20 minutes to find the tunnel that ran out to where the fleet of cars was, and when she surfaced in the 10-bay facility, she felt like she felt like she'd not just run a marathon but won it. Except no car keys. Not in the Bentley. Not in the Drophead. There's a car called a Drophead. And she wasn't taking the Porsche GTS or the Ferrari thingy or that ancient Jaguar that was Samuel T's, because they were all stick shifts that she couldn't drive. The same with the 911s and the Spyker. Spyker? Spyker. Is that an actual car? Because I've heard of a spider. I think there's one called a spider, but this says Spyker. Sarah, are you caught up with us yet? I need you looking up cars. I don't know. Plus, yeah, thank you, Deacon, because hold on. I need to add space. Yeah, I've got 2. I've heard of a Bentley. I've never heard of a Drophead. I've heard of a Porsche, though I don't know what specifically a Porsche GTS looks like. For Ferrari, we just got Ferrari thingy and an ancient Jaguar and 911s, which I think it's a Porsche 911. I think I've heard of, and Spyker, whatever that is. So let me count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 brand names, and Mercedes is in the next line, so that's 8. 911 is the classic Porsche. Yeah, I've heard of that one. Probably in a James Bond movie. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo! Okay. We'll find some tape. But yeah, I really want to know what does Spyker look like, because it sounds ugly. Oh, that also means I get to add a bunch of marks for fancy cars, because those are all fancy cars. Yeah, I'm not sure who you're trying to say hi to, Deacon, but one of them don't look right. I know it's hot. I know. And the Mercedes sedans weren't good enough for her. Okay. Damn it. As she stamped her foot, one of her rolling cases fell over like it had fainted. Where are the keys? Abandoning the luggage, she marched down towards the office space, which was locked, as were the garage doors. This was totally unacceptable. Okay, so are we supposed to feel like she is just a spoiled rich brat? And like we're not supposed to be on her side for not wanting to be forced into a marriage? Like with a guy who was completely rude and disgusting to her, by the way. Taking out her cell phone, she was about to dial, well, she didn't know who, but someone, when the lockbox against the wall caught her eye. Going across to the 3 foot by 1 foot metal door, she pulled at the toggle and was unsurprised when it didn't budge. Ow. The good news, she really felt like hitting something. Looking around, she saw nothing out of place. From car covers to spare tires to cleaning supplies, everything was arranged down the wall with military precision and shelving on hooks and under container lids. Oh, puppy has woken up. Hello. Hi, do you want to cuddle? You're still sleepy? Give you a minute? Yes. He's just flopped over beside me. Yes. He'll come up and say hi in a minute. He's still waking up. What was the one? It said drophead. Drophead. One word. Come here. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. That's a good boy. Hello, we have a puppy. Yeah, it reads like a canned book. I don't know what that is, Deacon. What is a canned book? Okay. Page marker. Look at him. Look at how sleepy he is. Look how sleepy the pup is. Yes, he's very sleepy. He is enjoying this heat. He loves it. Yes, look at the puppy. Oh yes, we're doing the I'm laying down so you can't put me down. Oh, that's the Rolls Phantom? It's called a drophead? Okay. Thank you for the update. That book is on that car is on the cover of one of the other books. Look at this. Look at it. Look at the puppy. Look at how sweet he is. Look at how sweet he is. Look at him. Okay, that I get, Deacon. I used to do that on essays. Look at him. Look at the puppy. I've got you. I've got you. You're fine. You're not going anywhere. And there's nowhere. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're just checking to see if your feet are still there? I didn't lose any of your feet. He's always concerned that I'm going to lose his feet. Have I ever lost any of your feet? Ugh. Ugh. This is the only time of the year he sheds, and I got it all over my face now. Yes, because unless it's 1,000,000 degrees, you don't shed, because you don't really have a lot of fur. Okay, as much as I would like to cuddle you for the next 2 hours, I kind of have a few more chapters to read. He looks so concerned that I need to do things. He's just going, remember in bed last night when you rubbed my belly for a full hour and I completely melted? You got Butter's calming treats? As in treats designed to make the kitty calm? I gotta say that sounds like a scam. Because, cats. But if you send me a picture of a sleepy Butters after he eats them, I will take it back. Yes, and you're just pretending to be a sleepy puppy so I can't put you on your pillow. Yes. Mm. Yeah, he's totally not thinking about how much he wants to steal a duck. Yes, all week as I've been painting the ducks, he's been paying very close attention, waiting for me to drop one. Yes. I know. I know. It's just not fair that you don't get to eat the ducks, is it? No, it's just not fair. He's not even pretending to listen to me. You need to trim your nails, puppy. Which, that'll be a whole fight. Okay. Enough cuddly. You gotta go on your pillow. Okay, come on, you. Yeah, pillow time. You can snuggle and go back to sleep. And I promise I will pet you in bed later, and I will rub your belly. Keep in mind, it's like 35 degrees here right now. He still sleeps under multiple layers of a thick fleece blanket every night and is extremely happy. The good news, she really felt like hitting something. Alright, yeah. Hooks and under container lids. Except for the crowbar she found leaning against a neat stack of chamois cloths? Chamwow? Uh, Chamois. I know what that word is. My dyslexia is just going nope. That were monogrammed with the family crest. Chinny smiled as she clipped her way over to the hefted the hunk of metal up. Back at the lockbox, she swung the thing over her head and had the key and at the key storage like it was her father's head. Hitting. The sharp ringing sound stinging her ears. Okay, there has to be a better way to get the keys to one of these cars than this. Even though she had almost no nail tips left by the time she was finished, that cover was hanging open from its one remaining hinge. The Bentley, she decided. No, the Rolls. It cost more. Taking her luggage to the phantom drophead, she opened the suicide door and shoved the suitcases into the back seat and got behind the wheel. Then she punched her high-heeled shoe into the brake and hit the start-stop button, and the engine flared to life with a latent growl. Reaching up to the rearview mirror, she pushed every button there was until the door in front of her rose up. Chamois. Okay, thank you. And she was off. The bitch in her made her want to take the front road down so that she passed by the house's family rooms, but it was more important for her to get off the property without anyone knowing. So she settled for flipping her middle finger off at Easterly in the rearview mirror as she used the staff lane. Do we think this is the last we see of her until her book? Because I predict that, like, if this is Lane's book, then the second or the other two are Edward and Jin's respectively, and one of them has this car on the cover, so I'm guessing that's her book. So yeah, this might be the last we see of her until her book. When she got to River Road, she hung a left, checked the clock, and got her phone out. Rosalinda had to be in by now, and she could finally make the arrangements for a jet, which wouldn't be a problem. Jin called for a plane once a week or more. Voicemail again. The damn brunch, she forgot. The staff were all distracted. But she had needs. Okay. They were supposed to like her or not. Number, one that was just a single digit different from Rosalinda's. On the third ring, when she was about to give up, when the unmistakable British accent of the butler came over the connection. Mr. Harris speaking, may I help you? I need a plane and I can't reach Rosalinda. You're going to have to arrange it now. Leaving ASAP, going to LAX. The butler cleared his throat. Miss Baldwin, forgive me. Do not tell me you're too busy. You can make a phone call to the pilots directly. You've done it before. And then you can go back to whatever brunch-related stupidity. I'm sorry, Miss Baldwin, but there will not be a plane available for you. This is what I thought. Daddy's already told the staff she's not to leave. Well, dude, she's already in a Porsche and driving away, so I would say she's gone. Are you kidding me? No doubt because of all the corporate guests coming for the Derby. But she was family, for goodness sake. Fine, just delay someone else and all. That will not be possible. I am first priority. Okay, getting uppity. The Phantom picked up speed as she stomped on the accelerator, at least until she nearly rammed the car in front of her. This is unacceptable. You call that control tower or that list of pilots or whatever you need to do and get me a fucking plane to the West Coast. Girl, just, book first class. There was a long pause. I'm sorry, Miss Baldwin, but I will not be able to provide that service to you. A cold morning tightened in the back of her neck. What about later this morning? That will not be possible. This afternoon. I'm sorry, Miss Baldwin. What did my father tell you? It's not my place to comment on. What the fuck did he tell you? She screamed into her phone. I'd be driving back there and seriously just kill him. The exhale the man released was as close as he was going to come to cursing out loud. This morning I received a memo addressed to the controller and myself indicating that the resources of the family would no longer be made available to you. Okay, so Daddy cut her off, but this isn't going to work. Resources? And that includes petty cash, bank accounts, travel and hotel accommodations, and access to the other Bradford properties around the world. Okay, is she really so fucking stupid and sheltered that at the age of 32, she has literally no money of her own? Because you kind of set yourself up for this if you did not, set up an emergency fund or something. Now her foot slipped off the accelerator, and when the car behind began to sound its horn, she eased off on the side of the road. I wish there was something I could do to be of aid, he said in a flat tone that suggested that he said in a flat tone that suggested that was in fact not the case. But as I stated, I'm unable to assist you. What am I supposed to do? Perhaps coming home would be best. I just saw you leave in the Rolls Royce. I'm not marrying Richard Ford, she said, and then ended the call. Girl, go back to your room, grab all the jewelry, hawk something for $100,000, and fly to the Maldives or something. Is she really this fucking stupid? Because, all the sympathy I'm having for her is coming up hard against this bullshit. As she stared out through the windshield, the jagged skyscrapers of downtown seemed daunting for the first time in her life. She had never been impressed with the city of Charlemont before, having been around the world several times. But all that travel had occurred when she had had unlimited resources at her disposal. With a shaking hand, she took out her wallet and popped the flap. She had 5 $100 bills and a couple of 20s, and 7 credit cards, including an Amex Centurion. No driver's license, because she always took a chauffeur. Okay, well, then how does she know how to drive? Or also, is she driving without a license right now? Because that's not a great idea. Also, she's got a million rich friends and former lovers. So again, one phone call, she could absolutely find somebody willing to come pick her up. This is really stupid. If we're doing the poor little rich girl is penniless on the side of the road and has nowhere to go thing, I'm sorry, that's fucking stupid. No health insurance card because she used concierge positions affiliated with the Bradford Bourbon Company. No passport, but she hadn't planned on leaving the country. How does she not have a passport? 200 yards up on the left, there was a gas station, and she put the Phantom in drive and jerked out into the rush hour traffic. When she got to the Shell sign, she cut in front of an oncoming truck and stopped next to one of the sets of gas pumps. When she got out, it was not to pump fuel. The tank was full. She took out a random Visa card and put it in the reader and pulled the plastic free, punched in her zip code, and waited to see if the hypothetical transaction was accepted. Not approved. So Daddy even cut off the credit cards. She tried her Amex and got the same response from the computer. When 2 more visas didn't work, she stopped. He'd killed her cards. Yeah, see, this is why, as an adult, you don't put yourself in a position where this can happen. Behind the wheel, everything went blurry. There were trust funds all over the place, money that was hers, but only in 2 years, when she turned 35, and not one moment before. Okay, so that's got to have something to do with why her father's pushing her to get married now. Also, seriously, just go home and lock the door shut for 2 years. Something she'd learned when she tried to buy a house in London last year on a whim and had been turned down by her father. No matter how much she had yelled at her trust company, they refused to disperse any funds, stating that she was not allowed access to them until she met the age criteria. There was only one place she could think to go. She hated begging, but it was better than marriage, or admitting defeat to her father. Again, she has brothers who also hate her father. Just go to one of them. They're both completely loaded. And given that they hate her father too, I'm sure they would help her out. Once again in drive, she barged back into traffic and headed in the direction she'd come in. She was not returning to Easterly, however. She was going to... All at once, the car went dead. Oh, seriously, does he have one of those remote kill switch on the car? Because that is dangerous, by the way. Unless you are looking at the person driving and you know they're not about to get, like, run over by a semi, killing somebody's car randomly is dangerous. Everything stopped. The engine, the air conditioning, the dashboard lights. The only thing that worked were the steering and the brakes. As she jabbed at the stop button, she watched her frantic, impotent action from a distance, noticing absently how raggedly her fingernails were, the ends snapped off, the perfect cherry red lacquer chipped. Forced to admit the engine wasn't coming back on, she jerked over to the side of the road so she wasn't rear-ended, and sirens sounded in the distance, and she looked up in the rear view. Seriously, did her father call and report the car stolen? Because that's going to be a whole load of bullshit. Because, dude, you can't keep your 30-something-year-old daughter literally captive in your house? And as for saying, like, what, she doesn't have permission to take the car? The cars belong to the entire family. They belong to the estate, which she is part of. Therefore, she has every legal right to take the car. But this is overkill. This is massive overkill. Like, she literally just needs to go murder her father, and that's that. Sirens sounded out in the distance, and she looked up in the rearview mirror. The Charlemont Metro police car that pulled up behind her kept its lights on as it skidded to a halt. Then a second unit settled onto the shoulder in front and backed up until the Phantom was blocked in. Both officers approached her with their hands on their holstered guns as if they were unsure whether they were going to need to use the weapons. "Get out of the vehicle, ma'am," the taller one said in a commanding voice. "This is my car," she hollowed through all the closed windows. "You have no right to. This vehicle is Mr. William Baldwin's and you're not authorized to use it." That is some bullshit. Like, no doubt Daddy pays the local cops to do his bidding, but oh my god, she whispered. "Get out of the car, ma'am." Shit, she didn't have her license. "I'm his daughter." "Ma'am, I'm ordering you to unlock the doors and vacate the vehicle. Otherwise, I'm going to charge you with resisting arrest as well as operating a stolen vehicle." Okay, for one, you're not charging the wealthy daughter of local master of the kingdom dude. That's just not happening. And again, she has every right to be using the car, but if I were her and her father pulled this fucking shit, oh god, murder would be the end of a very long and very enjoyable like time we would have together. Yeah, no, this is not a thing. None of this is a thing. None of this would work this way. They would never treat the extraordinarily wealthy daughter of whoever this way. He would never, by the way, he would never have called the cops because you know what that does? That invites publicity because somebody's going to talk. Now there's a record. You know, like, we both know he's not going to let her have any kind of a record, so he's just going to end up paying lawyers to make this go away. But this is the equivalent of making the police bring your runaway daughter home, except she's not 15. She's 30-something. He can't make her come home. Yeah, like, this is not only would this not work in the real world because there's very questionable ownership on the car. If I understand the law correctly, because she was once authorized to use said car, it's civil. Yes, exactly. Exactly. She has every right to use this car. Because I also guarantee you this, for tax reasons, I promise you, all these cars belong to the estate, not to her father directly. It's not Grand Theft Auto. No, this is a wealthy person using the police to control his daughter. And this is the police abusing their authority and pretending they don't know this is bullshit because that estate probably funds the entire police department of this very small town. But this is bullshit, and he wouldn't do this because it would draw too much attention. But again, she is suddenly being really, really stupid because there's about 100 ways she could have left without this happening. Like, listening to you in the Knicks game at the same time and Team Elmo. I saw the Elmo thing. I saw what Elmo said and that people were pissed off, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's fucking Elmo, you fucking morons. Let it be. Leave it alone. Snippiness. But yeah, like, this is it. Oh god, like, this would not be happening at all. And she would never be like this, like, as they're trying to paint her like destitute. I'm sorry, that's not fucking happening. There's no way in hell. And like I said, she's got a ton of rich friends and lovers and whatever. She'd be able to get out of there in a heartbeat. Yes, don't be mean to Elmo. I mean, granted, I don't particularly like Elmo. Elmo's always creeped me out. Those Tickle Me Elmo dolls were nightmare fuel. But, you know. Okay. Chapter 16. Of course, I've been waiting for you. As soon as Lane spoke, he put out his palms to Lizzie. All hold up, wait a minute. Oh yeah, now we're back to Stalker Guy. But only as a friend, who wanted to make sure you got into work okay. That's not how this works, and are you still drunk? Ham, she looked good. But she was once again in her black Easterly polo and a pair of khaki shorts, and her hair was pulled back into a ponytail. But somehow she seemed exotically beautiful. Then again, it had been over 12 hours since he'd seen her. A lifetime, really. Oh, speaking of, I think the Lifetime movie that is listed on IMDb of this book may be being made right now because I looked into the history. NBC bought the rights to these back in 2015 when they came out. However, they were planning to do a TV series. That never happened. And most unused rights for books and movies expire after 10 years if they are not used. So I suspect that 10 years came to an end last year and NBC let it go. Lifetime picked it up cheap, and now they are making a movie because it does have a fairly well detailed IMDb page, and it does say it is in production currently. So I think there may eventually be a movie to this, which if there is, we will screen when it comes out and I'm able to get a copy. Yeah, Deacon, I'm pretty sure that's why. Pretty sure that's the what for that right now. So probably, I don't know what the production time of a Lifetime movie is, probably like a week and a half. So no, yeah, movie and TV rights always have built-in expires. That is the entire reason why the Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie exists, is because I think it was Warner Brothers, whoever the fuck, Universal, whoever the fuck owned the rights to the Fantastic Four, they hadn't used it. their copyright was therefore about to expire, because copyright only extends if you actively are using the title and are making a movie, and they had never made a movie of it. They'd owned the rights for like 10 years. They hadn't made the movie. So in order to keep the copyright from expiring, they paid Roger Corman to make a Fantastic Four movie that they had no intention of ever releasing, just to keep the rights in their name. That's why half the Spider-Man movies exist, for Christ's fucking sake. Because if Sony didn't make a Spider-Man movie once every 5 years, they lost the rights back to Warner Brothers, and they didn't want that. So that's why they made a lot of really shitty Spider-Man movies. Though apparently some of the new ones are really good. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of things get made just to keep copyright belonging to whatever studio it belongs to. As she rolled her eyes, he caught her trying to hide a smile. "I've done this drive a few times, you know," she said. "And how is it this morning?" There was a pause, then something magical happened. Lizzie burst out laughing. Covering her mouth, she shook her head. "I'm sorry, but you look like hell. Your hair is all—" She waved a hand around his head. "A mess. Your eyes are barely open, and you're aware you're weaving back and forth even though you're sitting down, so he's still drunk." He grinned. "You should see the other guy." But yes, well, Butters is a kitty, so I don't think he really cares. As long as you feed him, and cuddle him when he wants, he's a happy Butters. Tough, was he? His hood ornament is now his earring. Lane lifted up an arm and flexed his bicep. Real man over here. As a set of sharp footfalls came down towards them, Lizzie glanced over her shoulder and then muttered something under her breath. Turned out it was that English butler making a beeline for her. Except the guy pulled up short as he saw Lane. "Will you excuse us, Lane?" Lizzie said quietly. "I've got to work something out here." "Work out what?" he asked the butler. The Englishman smiled in a way reminiscent of a mannequin at a men's store. "Nothing that you need to be concerned with, Mr. Baldwin. Miss King, if you would be so kind as to come to my office when you're finished with—" "What happened?" Lane demanded. "Just a misunderstanding," Lizzie muttered. "About what?" Okay, drunk and he's throwing his weight around. Lizzie focused on the Mr. British holier than thou. "The champagne flute order was cut, and he thinks I called Mackenzie's and changed it, but I didn't. I'm happy to help with the setup when the stemware and plates arrive, but I'm not responsible for coordinating any part of the order. The tents and tables are my job, and they're exactly what and where they need to be." Mr. Harris's eyes narrowed. "This is a conversation best not conducted in my—" "So it has nothing to do with her." Lane smiled coldly at the butler. "And you're done here." Lizzie put a hand on his arm, and the contact was such a surprise that it actually shut him up. "It's okay. Again, I'm happy to do whatever I can to help. Mr. Harris, do you want me to go speak with Mackenzie's and try to figure out how to fix this snafu?" The butler glanced back and forth between them. "I know what I ordered. What I cannot explain is why only half the count arrived here." "Look, I don't want to tell you your business," Lizzie said, "but mistakes on their end have happened before. What we need to do is find out what else is missing and give them a call. It shouldn't be a problem. Did you put the order in personally or go through Rosalinda?" "I utilized Miss Freeland and gave her the proper counts." Lizzie frowned. "She knows how much we order. She's done this for years. This person who has been missing all morning. She assured me all would be taken care of. I assumed that the only explanation was someone else on the account reduced the number. You go find her and I'll get Greta and start counting through everything. We'll get this sorted. At least we found out today and not tomorrow morning." There was an awkward moment during which the butler said nothing, and Lane wondered how much of the very reasonable plan he was going to have to cram down the little dictator's throat. "Very well," the butler said. "Your assistance is much appreciated." As Mr. Harris walked away, Lizzie took a deep breath. And so we enter the T-minus 24 hours stage of things. Can't some of the other staff do the counting? It's not your problem. It's all right. At least if Greta and I do it, I know it's right. Besides, everyone else on Easterly's staff is swamped. It's not like the adjunct chefs can spare. Lane's phone started ringing, and he took it out of his pocket to silence the noise. Who the hell is this? He asked when he saw the local area code. It's going to be his sister. Because who else is she going to call? If they actually arrested her, it's the most fucking bullshit. She laughed again. You can find out by, brace yourself, answering the call. Are you giving me a hard time? Someone's got to. Lane smiled so wide his cheeks stretched. Okay, let's roll the dice and see who it is. He hit the green means go and said in his bench lurch voice, You rang? Lane? Oh God, Lane, I need help. Yep, it's the sister. Jin? He sat up in his chair. Jin, are you okay? He can hardly drive to go pick her up right now because he's wasted. I'm downtown at the Washington County Jail. You have to come bail me out. Seriously? There's no way in fucking hell they arrested her. There's no fucking way in hell. This is stupid. What the hell? Where are you? I need a lawyer. Okay, slow down. He got to his feet. You're talking so fast I can't understand you. His sister took a pause and then said 4 complete sentences that bottomed him right out. All right, he said grimly. I'm coming right now. Yes, right. Okay, I will. When he hung up, all he could do was trace Lizzie's face with his eyes. What's wrong? She asked. My father had Jin arrested. I've literally got to go bail her out at the county jail. Yeah, again, the 3 children just need to team up and murder their father. Lizzie put her hand over her mouth with shock. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm going to take care of her, but thank you. It took all his self-control not to lean in and kiss her like he used to. Instead, he settled for reaching up and brushing her cheek, and leaving before he could marshal a friends don't do that. Holy hell, what was his father up to now? Like, yeah, seriously, this is dumb. And, like, she could have just easily gone to one of her brothers when she found out he wouldn't book the plane for her and been like, hey, bro, book me a ticket to California on your Amex. I'll pick it up at the airport. And, you know, she's gone. Like I said, this girl has about 1 billion ways to get away from there and, you know, be taken care of until her own money comes in. Like, the brother who is rescuing her, he just spent 2 years sleeping on a friend's couch in New York. Like, I'm sure she has friends that she can go crash with until she gets her trust fund money in 2 years. Like, it's nothing. This is so dumb. Back when Edward had been a smoker, he had frequently woken up in the morning in mid-reach, his arm in hand going for his Dunhill Reds before he was conscious of having so much as rolled onto his side. Now he did the same, only he was going for a bottle of Advil. Does that count as brand name? I guess it does. That would involve thinking for herself and not delegating. Yeah, we seem to have been beaten over the head with the fact that she cannot, literally cannot do a damn thing for herself. Ironic that getting killed was probably responsible for helping him live a longer life. He toasted the bottle into the air. Gracias, muchachos. Excuse me. Before his brain could get locked into that endless loop of hideous day it happened sequences, he shifted his legs to the floor and sat up. Excuse me. Ugh. Why am I having hiccups? He didn't look at his right thigh or calf. For one, the ragged seams of his Frankenstein flesh were burned into his mind. For another, he didn't sleep naked anymore, so there was nothing showing. The cane was necessary to get him upright, and his balance was off not just because of his injuries, but the lack of sleep and the fact that he was still drunk. Limping to the bathroom, he left the lights off so the mirror wasn't an issue, and he used the toilet, washed his hands and face, and brushed his teeth. The confirmation that God still hated him came when he stepped outside the cottage 10 minutes later and was blinded by the bright sunlight and his hangover headache. What time was it? He wondered. He was halfway to Barn B when he realized he'd taken the bottle of hooch with him, kind of like a safety blanket. Rolling his eyes, he kept going. Miss No Cussing Ever might as well get used to him and the booze now. No reason to present her with an illusion of daylight teetotaling that would only get shattered later. If she couldn't deal with this habit, she might as well leave on her first day. The sound of a squeaky wheel turned his head to the right, and a split second later, Shelby came out of the far end of the barn. Her body cocked at the waist behind a tremendous load of horse manure in an old rusty wheelbarrow. Guess Mo had put her to work already. Yeah, we still don't know who this random girl is that just showed up. Hey, he called out. Without losing a beat, she waved over her shoulder and kept going to the compost area behind the nearest outbuilding. As he watched her, he envied her strong body, and maybe noticed absently that the sun on her hair turned the many blonde streaks nearly white. Okay, so is she going to be his love interest? The girl who's going to save him from the drinking and the cursing and show him the way to Jesus? Because I might die if that's true. Whoa. What the fuck? Okay, somebody's having a shouting match in the hallway. You're hearing fireworks? Why? It's not a holiday weekend in the States, is it? Or is it just like because it's summer? Oh, now I'm having an earworm force its way into my head again that I got rid of a month ago, and it needs to die. Because it's the one that I couldn't place and made me cry, and it needs to die now. Why is that suddenly in my head? Ugh. 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 She was wearing a navy blue t-shirt, a pair of dark blue jeans, and the same high-quality boots she'd been wearing the night before. And after disappearing around the lip of the walling, she reappeared twice as fast as she should have, considering the amount of manure she'd had to jump. So she was efficient, too. As she approached, her eyes were bright and alert, her cheeks flushed with the effort. Almost done. I'll start on C. Jesus, Mo has you. Sorry, he said before she corrected him. Damn, Mo has you working already. And don't tell me I can't use damn. I'll drop the God and the JC references, but that's as far as I'm going. Yeah, if somebody working for me tried to tell me not to curse around them, I'd tell them shut the fuck up or leave. Because if I'm the one in charge here, I'll say whatever the fuck I want. She let the feet of the wheelbarrow settle on the cropped grass. Orange juice? Excuse me? Jem Landis's daughter nodded down at his bottle. Y'all can keep the damn, but I'd like to see it with something other than. Have you always been so judgmental? Vodka in your hand this early in the day, and I'm not judging you. Yes, you are. Then why do you want to change a stranger's behavior? You're not a stranger. She wiped her brow with her forearm. It's not even 9 a.m. I gotta wonder why you think you should have a drink so early. I was feeling dehydrated. No running water in your house? There was last night. He sloshed the liquid around. This does the job just fine. Think of it as my version of vitamin C. She muttered something under her breath and leaned back down on to the handles. What did you say? He demanded. You heard me. No, I didn't, which was not exactly true. Shelby just shrugged and kept going, that body of hers moving underneath her simple clothes, performing its duty without any apparent discomfort. Then it dawned on him. Shelby. She paused and glanced over her shoulder. Yes. You said you'd gotten all the horses. Yep. In A and B. Yep. He hustled over and grabbed her arm. I told you, one rule. You don't go in my stallion's stall. It ain't gonna muck itself. His hand squeezed down hard of its own volition. He killed a stable hand a year ago. Trampled him to death in there. Don't ever do that again. Okay, so now at least we have a reason why he's like, nobody go near this horse. Those sky blue eyes of hers got wide. He was fine with me. I'm the only one who goes in there. Do we understand each other? You do that one more time, I'll pack your shit up, he said deliberately, and send you back where you came from. Yes, sir. He stepped away and tried not to stumble. Okay then. All right. She blew a stray hair out of her face and resumed her trek, her shoulders as tense as her walk. Uncapping the vodka, Edward took a long pull off the bottle and probably should have stopped to notice how the liquor didn't sting at all. But that was yet another thing he didn't want to think about. Just like anything happening to Jeb Landis's daughter on his watch. Damn it. Okay, so she's officially the love interest. Oh, end of chapter, apparently. Okay, that definitely calls for a stretch. Oh, you have a baseball team? Did they win? Is that why there's fireworks? Mm. Ugh. Still thinking about cheesy pizza and chicken wings. Now my brain has added chicken wings. Honey garlic. The only acceptable kind of wings. Except for maybe garlic parmesan. Garlic parmesan is acceptable if it's done correctly. Oh, it's a dress. Yeah, it is. It is every color. But yeah, it's a dress. And it's got this leopard print further down, and then more flowers. But yeah, it has all the colors. I've got like 3 or 4 dresses like this that are just super bright. Summer maxi dresses. They're pretty much my entire summer wardrobe. Oh, got something on the book. Chapter 17. The Washington County Courthouse and jail was a complex of modern buildings that took up 2 entire city blocks downtown. The facility's halves linked by a pedway that stretched over the traffic below. See, we call that a catwalk here. There were a number of entrances, and as Lane pulled up in his Porsche, countless people were streaming in and out of them. Men and women in suits striding up and down the marble steps, officers in patrol cars and sheriff's SUVs, parking and unparking in specifically marked spots, people with ratty clothes smoking on the fringes. His 911 Turbo let out a low cough as he decelerated and started up to the looming buildings. No logical layout that he could see. No street addresses either. Like if you had to ask where you were going, you didn't belong there. From out of nowhere, a uniformed African American man stepped directly in front of his car. Shit. Lane nailed the brakes hard. What the hell are you? Mitch? Deputy Sheriff Mitchell Ramsey didn't answer. He just pointed to a marked spot directly behind him that was vacant. As Lane shot forward and parallel parked on the first try, he was aware of the deputy standing right along his bumper. Arms thick as cruise ship ropes crossed over the chest of a professional football player. Those dark eyes were hidden behind a pair of Ray-Bans, and his shaved head made his neck and shoulders look bigger than they were. Now we have Ray-Bans. Lane uncurled his body from the sports car. Hey, do you know where my sister? I got you. The two of them clapped palms and went in for a hard embrace. As they stood chest to chest, Lane was transported back nearly 2 years prior to the private airstrip west of town, to the night when Edward had finally come home from his captivity. Mitch had brought him back to the States, back to the family. God only knew how. No one had ever asked the details, and Lane had always had the sense that the former Army Ranger wouldn't have shared the hows and whos anyway. She's not doing well in there, Mitch said, not surprised. Lane followed the sheriff, the pair of them taking the 50 steps up to one of the many revolving entrances, two at a time. When they got in range, Mitch routed them over to something marked law enforcement only, and then the man barged them through security, the other officers waving them past with nods of respect. I worked fast as soon as I saw the name, Mitch said as their footsteps joined all the others echoing into the high ceiling of the main concourse. She's up for stolen vehicle, no license, no proof of insurance. How the hell did this happen? And resisting arrest. I've already quarantined the incident, but I can't keep it off the police blotter indefinitely. Wait, Lane pulled the man to a halt. My sister stole a car? Rolls-Royce registered in the Bradford Bourbon Company name. There you go. There you fucking go. It's in the company's name. She is an owner of the company. That's why it's not stolen. This is so dumb. You mean our Rolls, the Phantom Drophead. Your father called the Metro Police personally and told them to pick her up, stating she didn't have permission to operate the vehicle. And if he had done that, he would have told them to bring her straight home because he wouldn't want a record. He's a guy who already told her she's like a disgrace and she brought too much scandal and tabloids and blah, blah. So why is he creating more of it if he doesn't want that? Also, again, he's treating her like, like she's 15 and he can just have the police bring her home. She's a grown-ass woman. Like, you can't keep her captive, no matter how rich you are. You can't be serious. Lane dragged a hand through his hair. What am I saying? Of course he can do that. He's done worse. She got a lawyer. Samuel T. should be here. Lane, came a shout. Samuel T. strode through the teeming crowd, standing out for so many reasons. For one, his blue and white seersucker suit. Seer spelled S-E-E-R. I always thought that was Sears, like a brand name. What the fuck is it? S-E-E-R-S-U-C-K-E-R, one word. The fuck does that actually mean then? Made him look like he should have been on the grand porch of his gentleman's farm, sipping a mint julep with a pair of hunting dogs asleep at his feet. For another, he was too good-looking to be among mortals. Oh, we have another devastatingly good-looking person. Thanks for coming quick, Lane said as they shook hands. You know Mitch. Certainly do, Deputy. Mr. Lodge. With the greetings over, the three of them made fast time to the escalators that went up to the open second floor. She's in general. Mitch led the way to the petaway, but I've cleared the delays for her bail hearing. As soon as you're ready, Mr. Lodge. Call me Samuel or Sam. Samuel, Mitch nodded. As soon as you're ready, I'll slide her in with Judge McQuaid. I've spoken with the prosecutor. His hands are tied, especially with Mr. Baldwin pushing as hard as he is. The only thing I can really do is expedite. Okay, a prosecutor would not be doing this. No fucking way. Lane gritted his molars. Jin was a lot to handle, and clearly their father had had it with her. But this was so damn public. I'm going to owe you for this one, Mitch. Not the way I see it. The deputy got them through the various security points, and then they were in the jail portion of the facility. Although Lane had pulled a number of less than legal stunts as a kid, all his transgressions had been discreetly taken care of. So this was his first trip to the county clink, and he couldn't say he was in a big hurry to ever come back. I don't remember who these people are. Well, we've got a cop, a lawyer, the brother, and the sister in jail because her father is an asshole, and these cops are willing to break the law because money. The waiting area had cream concrete walls, cream floor, plastic chairs, and orange and yellow and red. The smell in the air was old sweat, dirty clothes, and Lysol. Okay, let's see. Seersucker suit is the ultimate warm weather menswear essential defined by its signature puckered cotton texture that promotes airflow and keeps you cool, traditionally featuring blue and white stripes. It is ideal for summer weddings, garden parties, or business casual events and pairs perfectly with a crisp white dress shirt. Oh my god. So it's a cotton this has to be something you only see in the South, right? Like this is a southern thing. Oh. Signature puckered cotton texture. I mean, yeah, I guess in the South, like where it's obscenely hot all the time, it, it makes sense. Thanks to Mitch, they streamed right over to the registration counter with its bulletproof glass windows and lineups of officers with their various catches of the day. Talk about a wake up call on the other half. Oily men and stringy young boys, barely clothed working girls, seedy, worn out older women. All of them stood or weaved in place next to their arresting officers, their faces showing the grind of hard lives lived badly. Over here, Deputy Ramsey, someone called out by a reinforced door. After going through the checkpoint, they headed by a number of conference rooms that had red lights above the entrances and bars over little chicken wired windows. If you wait in here, the officer said by one of the rooms, I'll bring her down. Thanks, Stu. Mitch opened the door and stood to the side. It'll be out here. Much appreciated. Lane clapped the guy on the shoulder, and we're probably going to need more of your help. Anything you want, I'm here. Samuel T. paused by the deputy. Has anyone talked to the press yet? Not on our side, Mitch replied, and I'll try to keep it that way. My sister doesn't have the best reputation. Lane shook his head. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Mitch closed them in together, and although there were 4 chairs bolted to the floor around a steel table that was likewise secure, Lane couldn't sit down. Samuel T. did, though, putting his ancient briefcase to the side and steepling his hands. The attorney shook his head. She's going to be pissed to high heaven that you brought me here. Like I'd call anyone else. Lane rubbed his aching eyes. And after this, you're still helping me with my divorce, right? Just another busy morning with the Bradfords. Okay, would her father even let the family lawyer, defend her if he's being this much of a jackass? At least they let her keep her own clothes on, Jin thought as she was led down yet another concrete corridor painted the color of month-old vichyssoise. She'd had a terror of undressing in front of some hairy-chested female officer and then getting violated by a gloved hand before being thrown into an orange jumpsuit the size of a circus tent. When that had not happened, then she'd become obsessed about being put in some kind of filthy holding cell with a bunch of drug-addled prostitutes coughing AIDS all over her. That is not how AIDS works. Instead, she'd been put in a cell by herself, a cold cell with just a bench and a stainless steel toilet with no seat or toilet paper. Not that she would ever use something like that. Her diamond stud earrings and her Chanel watch had been confiscated, along with her Louis Vuitton bag, her phone, those $100 bills, and useless credit cards she'd had in her wallet. And we get 2 more brand name drops. Yeah, I'm not really sure who's supposed to be the main character because we're kind of spending equal time with all 3 siblings here. So yeah, I'm not really sure who the main character is supposed to be. One call. That was all she'd been allowed, just like in the movies. In here, the guard said, stopping by an African American man in a uniform and opening a thick door. Lane! Except she stopped rushing towards her brother when she saw who was sitting at the table. Oh God, not him. Lane came in for a tight embrace as the door was shut. You need a lawyer. And I'm free, Samuel T. drawled, relatively speaking. I'm not talking in front of him. She crossed her arms over her chest. Not one word. Chin. Samuel T. cut her brother off. Told you. Guess I'll take my things and go. Sit down, Lane barked, both of you. See Discord. Okay. Ooh, okay, I hadn't looked at the car yet either, sorry. That's actually, I like the spiker car. I like the car. That is actually pretty sweet looking. I mean, it looks like it belongs in a movie of like a future car, but it's, I don't know, there's something about it. And that's a seersucker thing. Oh my god. That is such a joke. Not just the stupid expression of the person wearing it. Oh god, if my lawyer had ever showed up wearing a suit like that, I probably would have fired him. It's ugly. I'm sorry, that stripe pattern, the way it's cut, that's ugly. Oh, yeah. No. That is something right out of a movie. There was a heartbeat of silence, which Jin took as a sign that Samuel T. was surprised by that tone of command as she was. Lane had always been, out of the 4 Baldwin children. Wait, there's 4? Who did we miss? Wait, how is there 4? We've only heard about 3, I swear. Deacon, are you drunk? As someone around the thoroughbred world, that type of suit is very common. Okay. Is it like more common around like horse races? Is it like the go-to attire? 3 brothers and a sister. Which brother am I forgetting? Because we've got Lane that we're following mostly in this book, Edward, the one who is disfigured, the sister. Who's the other brother that I'm forgetting? How have I forgotten an entire character? Lane had always been, out of the 4 Baldwin children, the go with the flow type. Now he sounded like Edward. After she settled uneasily in a chair as hard and chilly as an ice block, Lane jabbed a finger in her direction. What did you do? Excuse me, she said on a recoil. Why is this my fault? Why do you think it was me? Because it usually is, Jin. He slashed his hand through the air when she started to argue. Cut the shit. I've known you too long. What did you do this time to piss him off? I will get you out of this, but I gotta know what I'm dealing with. As Jin glared up at her brother, she wanted nothing more than to tell him to fuck off. But all she could think of was the image of her credit cards going into the slot of the gas pump and the words not approved flashing on the digital screen. Who else was going to help her? Like, really, is she saying she has like 0 friends? She glanced over at Samuel T. He wasn't looking at her, and his face was impassive, but the hoity disapproval he was enjoying was as obvious as the scent of his cologne in the air. "Well?" Lane demanded. Weighing her options, she realized she was wholly unfamiliar with the situation involving rocks and hard places. With enough money and amnesia, there was nothing that she'd been unable to opt out of, whether it was paying someone off, refusing to stay, or refusing to go. Unfortunately, those endless arrays of options had been funded by a lifestyle that had only looked like something that was hers. In fact, it had been owned by someone else. She simply hadn't known that until this morning. I know, right? Deacon, that is my fucking point. There is no way in hell she would not have had her own money some way or another. Like, this is ridiculous. She cleared her throat. Samuel T., will you give me a moment alone with my brother? She put her hand out. I'm not saying you can't be my lawyer. I just need to be in private with him. Please. Samuel T. cocked a brow. First time I've heard you say that word. At least with your clothes on. Wow! Okay, did she screw the lawyer at some point? But also, I'd slap that guy so fucking hard. Watch it, Lodge, Lane growled. That's my sister. Yeah, duh! The man shook himself as if he'd forgotten he wasn't alone with her. My apologies, that was inappropriate. I'm saying he screwed her at some point. Don't go far. Lane started pacing around, his hand yanking at his short dark hair. For the love of God, we need good representation. As Jin's attorney, lover, and baby daddy, I almost said it! I almost fucking said, is he the father? And, yep, guess so. So she got knocked up by the family lawyer, which, like, there's that whole thing. No, he didn't know that last part. Oh! Okay. So he doesn't know he's daddy. Uh-huh. So that's going to be a whole thing. Left, she stared down at the pointed toes of her silk stilettos. The left one had a smudge running across the top of the toe box, something she'd gotten while sliding herself into the back of the cop car. There was a click as the door shut behind Samuel T., and she didn't wait for another prompting. He wants me to marry Richard Ford. Richard, I'm sorry, what? You heard me. Father's cutting me off unless I marry the man. He says it's because that goddamn distributing company will give us better rates or something. Is he insane? Lane breathed. Okay, again, Lane has his own money. So he should be able to just put her on a plane and tell her, hey, stay in California. I'll pay for your life for the next 2 years. Then you'll get your trust fund and daddy won't be able to make you do anything. Like, I see it around the track a lot. It's nice looking. Okay, in gray, yes. Nice and breathable in the heat is good. Just the picture in the Discord is like, looks like it's got like blue stripes at a weird angle. What was that show? Maury Povich. Oh yeah, the one that did the who's the baby daddy thing. I'm sure like these suits do look nice in a certain setting, just the picture looked really funny. But I also suppose that anything that's breathable in like, summer in the South heat is a good thing. So, sorry for making fun. Come on, here. That's better. You wanted to know why I took the car. That's why I took the car. And that's why Father called the police. She looked up at her brother. I'm not marrying Richard, no matter what her father does to me. And that's what you're dealing with. Getting up, she went over to the door and opened it herself. You can come back in. Such an honor, Samuel T. muttered. As her lawyer resettled in the chair by his briefcase, she said, So, how do I get out of here? You make bail, Samuel T. replied. And then we try to get the charges dropped, either because we plea you out or your father gets over whatever you've done. What kind of bail are we talking about? Lane asked. First time offender works in her favor, the flight risk does not. Only about 50 grand tops. McQuaid is a friendly judge to people like us, so it's not going to be high. $50,000, she thought. Indeed, that had never seemed like much before. Nothing but a trip to Chanel in Chicago. She thought of what little was in her purse. I don't have that kind of money. Samuel T. laughed. Of course you do. I'll make sure it's paid, Lane cut in. Samuel T. opened his briefcase and took out some papers. Do you authorize me to represent you in this matter, Virginia? Since when did he call her by her proper name? Then again, maybe he didn't want her brother to pound him into the concrete floor by any further familiarity. Yes. His eyes, those piercing gray eyes, held her stare. Sign this. After she did, he muttered, Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Her breath rattled in her chest as she exhaled. But then what? What exactly was going to be different on the other side of all this? It wasn't like her father was suddenly going to turn over a new leaf. Edward had barely survived William Baldwin's willingness to choose business over his children. When you get out first, Lane said. We get you out first, Lane said, then we'll deal with the rest of it. Glancing at her brother, she realized she had never seen him so serious before. As he leaned against the bare wall of the ugly little square room, he was so much older than when he'd left 2 years ago, so much more in command. She had grown to expect such authority from Edward, never Lane, the playboy. He's going to win, she heard herself say. Father always wins. Not this time, Lane gritted out. What the hell is going on here? Samuel T. asked. Lane just shook his head. You take care of this, Samuel. You just get my sister the rest. God, she hoped that was true, because clearly her attempt at crossing their father hadn't gone so well. Well, you did it in an incredibly stupid manner. You know, maybe if you'd put literally 5 seconds worth of thought into an actual, like, plan to leave and how to pay for things, like, end of chapter. Yes, Deacon, it is too damn hot. That's why my hair is trying to escape. I have the kind of hair that just gets exponentially bigger in the humidity. Also, I'm very, very, very hungry. Last reminder, we still have ducks available and Skittles drink mix available. It's too late for handcuffs, unfortunately. There's only an hour left, so it wouldn't be worth it. See, I always like to make sure people get their value with me, because this is supposed to be for half the time. We don't have half the time, so this is unfortunately off the table. Which makes me sad, because it's been too long since I had these on. But we still have ducks, many, many ducks, and Skittles. I'm still so happy with all our new painted ducks. Though I did learn that my tweezers are surprisingly sharp. I accidentally stabbed my thumb and it actually bled, and I was like, what? When did they start making tweezers this sharp? Also, Sethale, I'm curious, what are you doing around horse racing tracks a lot? Are you watching, betting, picking up girls? I'm always wondering what kind of food they have at a horse racing track, because there's got to be food, right? Like, but somehow I don't see it as being like a place that sells hot dogs. We race horses. Is that like your family, you mean? Like you own a horse? I have to head out. We're watching the last quarter of the basketball game. All right, Night Deacon, love on Butters for me. Because we love on all the fur babies around here. It is very, very cool if you race horses. I've gotten to pet a horse a couple times, but I've never been to an actual horse racing track, even though there's one not far from here. I forget what it's called. It's not too far from here that they have like an actual like horse race track. I always wanted to go when I was old enough because it's a gambling place, so you have to be over 19 to go. Yes, hot dogs, really? Just like typical American fare, like hot dogs, burgers, like roasted peanuts and popcorn, corn dogs. Oh, I could actually go for a corn dog, and I don't usually like them. Maybe I'm just really, really hungry. Depends on the track. Typical concession food. The tracks have restaurants. Oh, that would be nice. That would be really cool if you could be like sitting in a restaurant that like overlooks the racetrack, and you could be like having it like a chicken Caesar while we watch the races. That would be nice. Chicken Caesar and a screwdriver. Of course, now I want a picture of Sethail leaning on the rail wearing one of those suits, of course. I'm sure you would look devastatingly handsome. Chapter 18. As Lane came to a halt in front of Easterly's front entrance, he hit the brakes on the porch so hard that he dragged half the drive's cobblestones with him into a park. He didn't kill the engine, just got out and flew up the stone steps, passing through the double doors like a draft. Nothing registered as he entered the mansion, not the maid cleaning the parlor, or the butler who spoke to him, not even his Lizzie. Oh, this is not good that he's mentally calling her his. That's not a good thing. Who stepped into his path as if she'd been waiting for his appearance. Instead, he left the house through the door at the base of the dining room and strode for the business center, crossing through the orderly arrangement of round tables under the tent and then dodging the groundskeepers who were stringing lights in the blooming trees. His father's place of business had a terrace on to which a series of French doors opened out, and he headed for the pair that was all the way down on the left. When he got to them, he didn't bother trying the handle because it would be locked. He banged on the glass hard. Oh, I'm always afraid to do that. I'm always afraid to knock on like a glass pane because I'm always afraid that either I will break it or it will fall out. Not that I've ever done that. I have broken doors though, accidentally, and I was really mad. I was like, you know that level of furious where you're afraid of yourself a little bit because you know that you're completely out of control and will hurt somebody if they get too close. I was that level mad, and I shoved a door really hard, and I passed it, but then it flew back so much it A, hit my friend in the face and almost broke her nose, and B, it had that metal swing arm thing on the top that's supposed to control the door closing so it doesn't break your face. And I had shoved it so hard, the metal where the arm attached into the door to the box part had ripped out. Because I didn't notice at first because I was pissed off and walking into traffic because I wasn't paying attention where I was going until my friend yelled at me and was like, "You just broke the door." And I turned around and looked at it and I saw the metal in the box ripped and the swing arm thing like hanging in midair. And I was like, okay, we're leaving quickly now because I did not want to deal with anything anymore. As far as I know, nobody ever said anything about it. Like nobody ever came looking for me about it. I was like 14 when I did this. I was furiously mad. So, yeah, accidentally broke the door. You can do that. Lone Star Park has buffet style eating upstairs. You can eat, drink, and bet on the racing while in AC. See, that's my kind of going to the races. I would totally do that. That would be awesome. That would be completely awesome. I'm sure it's very expensive. Because things like that are always very expensive. You have to book in advance, though, depending on what races you're running in. A table is complimentary. Oh, nice. Yeah, that seems like an owner's perk. You know, if you're racing there, you get a table, you can invite some friends, you know, cheer on your horse. That's cool, though. That is super cool that you actually own a horse. Like, now I want to visit you and pet the horse. And I was about to say something. Why does my brain always go there? Because I was about to say pet the horse and maybe pet something else, implying a sexual relationship with Sethdale, even though we are completely just friends, and I don't even know if he's married. Why does my brain have to go there? I'm gonna give myself the excuse I was working on a sex scene for my book today, so my brain is in that mode. That's total bullshit, but I'm going with it. Oh my god. I know. I didn't mean to do it. Now I have about 1,000,000 jokes about riding in my head. I've officially cracked for the evening. I've lost my mind. The dog is looking at me with concern. The dog is concerned. He has gotten off the couch and is next to me looking worried. Come here, puppy. I think he's afraid of me right now. Come here. Up. Yes, you can do it. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Here. Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy and try not to think about having sex on the back of a horse. Oh, thank you. See, he's realizing he can lick because Mommy's not wearing that makeup stuff all over her face. Therefore, he can lick. And that fixes everything. Okay. You can't lick the lips. There's still lipstick. Okay. You're doing a very good job. Yes, you are. Everyone tell him he's doing a good job taking care of his mommy. That's what he's doing. He's like, Mommy, you've gone insane. So I'm going to lick your face. Because that fixes everything. And I'm a puppy. And cuddling me. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. See, he's a good doggy. He's a very good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, my precious. My precious. Yes. Yes, you are. You're so special. And so sweet. Yes, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I love you so much. I love you so much. Yep, he's just like, I've melted. It's hot, and I'm a doggy, and I've melted, and my belly's being rubbed. Therefore, I have no concerns in the entire world. Oh, yes, I've got you. Okay, he's like, no, don't put me down. I know what that means. Don't put me down. I don't want to go down. I want to stay here. Yes, but I tried reading with you in my arms. It doesn't work so well. Okay? Mummy's got like a chapter and a half to finish, okay? Yes, look at how cute he is. Look at what a handsome boy he is. Look at this handsome boy with his ears like that. Look at how handsome he is. He's just the most handsome of a puppy, isn't he? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. You know, he'd love to be at a horse race track because he would fucking fly around that thing. Like, he gets running so fast that he does the leaning sideways thing. Huge piece of fur in my face. But he would love a track to run around, man. You'd never get him off it. Yes, you would have the best time of your life. Just run and run and run and run. Yeah, yeah, you'd have so much fun. I don't know if the horses would like you. You might be a little hyper for them. Oh, he's so cute. Look at how cute he is. Look at how cute this is. It's just the cutest thing. It's the cutest puppy thing. Okay. I think my brain's back in my head. I love you. Yes, I love you, little boy. Love you, love you, love you. You're so cute. Okay, I'm sorry you had to get off the couch to calm mommy down. Okay, you did good. Tracks only allow registered service animals due to the risk to the horses. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, yeah, he's a hyperactive little nutball of a dog, so him running around would probably spook him. Also, they might mistake him for a large rat. Ooh, bent the page a little bit. Oops. Ooh, dog hair in my mouth. Because, of course, there is. And he didn't stop, not even as he felt the wetness on the outside of his hand, which seemed to indicate he'd broken something. Oh, he'd smashed the glass out of the first pane of his father's office and moved on to another. See, that's what I'm always afraid I'm going to do. The good news, he thought, was there was plenty more where they came from. Lane, what are you doing? He stopped and turned his head towards Lizzie. In a voice he didn't recognize, he said, I need to find my father. William Baldwin's exceedingly professional executive assistant raced into the office, and her gasp came through loud and clear through the shattered glass. You're bleeding, the woman exclaimed. Where is my father? Mrs. Petersburg unlatched the door and opened things up. He's not here. Mr. Baldwin, he's gone to Cleveland for the day. He just left, and I'm not sure when he'll be back. Was there something you needed? As her eyes went to the blood dripping off his knuckles, he knew she was heading in a may I bring you a hand towel direction, but he didn't care if his veins emptied all over the place. Who told my father Jin left? He demanded. Who called him? Was it you? Or that spy in that house? What are you talking about? Or did you call the police on my sister? I know for a fact my father wouldn't know how to dial 911 himself, even though they said he did. The woman's eyes flared, and then she whispered, He told me she was going to hurt herself, that she was going to try and leave this morning, and I had to do what I could to stop her. He said she needs help. Oh God. So it's so much worse. He's going to try and have her committed. Like, yeah, no wonder there's some like fucking bullshit going on. Lane. He whipped his head around to Lizzie just as things went off balance, his body listing to one side. Yeah, I bet he's not so drunk anymore. With a strong hold, she caught him and kept his weight off the ground. Come on, back to the house. As he let himself get rerouted, blood fell to the flagstone terrace, speckling the gray with dark red spots. Glancing back at the assistant, he said, You tell my father I'm waiting for him. I don't know when he's returning. Bullshit, he thought. The woman scheduled William down to his bathroom breaks. And I'll be here until hell freezes over. There was so much rage in him. He was blind to his surroundings as Lizzie guided him off. The fury was about Edward, and Jin, and his mother. Max, when was the last time you ate anything? Lizzie said as he muscled him through a doorway into Easterly. Wait, is Max the brother that I've forgotten about? We watched 4th of July fireworks at our local track, then our drunk husbands decided to get a horse and name it Elmer's Destiny so that we could get the owner's perks. You own a horse, Sarah? And I assume the Elmer's Destiny is a joke on Elmer's glue. Yeah, buying a horse while drunk, probably not a great idea, though they're hardly the first, I'm sure. Isn't it like really expensive to own a racehorse though? Because I knew somebody IRL that owned a horse, but it was just like a normal horse. It wasn't for racing or anything, so and that still cost her like $5,000. And then I have no idea what like the upkeep of it was because it lived in like a stable outside the city. They were drunk and being stupid boys. Okay. That tracks. For a moment he felt like he was hallucinating. Then he realized all the men and women were in white were chefs and that he and Lizzie were in the kitchen. I'm sorry, what? He mumbled. Food. When? Okay, is the book just actively trying to make my stomach growl now? Because all I can think about is pizza and wings, and I can't have pizza and wings, so, that doesn't exist in my freezer, so my brain needs to stop. He opened up his mouth, closed it, frowned. Noontime? Yesterday? Miss Aurora entered his field of vision. Lands, what's wrong with you, boy? There was some conversation at that point, none of which he tracked, followed by a bandaging of his hand which he didn't pay attention to, then more talk. He didn't come back online properly until he was sitting in the staff break room at the table with a plate of scrambled eggs, 6 slices of bacon, and 4 pieces of toast in front of him. Oh, I could devour that. Lane blinked as his stomach roared, even as his brain remained a mess. His hand picked up the fork and started shoveling. Lizzie sat down across from him, her chair squeaking on the bald wooden floor. Are you okay? He glanced past her to Miss Aurora, who was standing by the door as if she were about to leave. My father is an evil man. Yeah, I can go with that. That's why you should, gang up and murder him. He's got his own set of values, which was the closest she would ever get to condemning anyone. He's trying to sell my sister. Cue the gas. It's like out of a bad novel. He was in the middle of sharing the details when his phone went off, and the second he saw who it was, he answered. Samuel, where are we? Samuel T. had to raise his voice over the chatter in the background. 75,000 for the bail. It's the best we could do. As soon as you bring a certified check, you can pick her up. I'm on it. Are you leaving? Not until she gets out of here. She has a right to consult with her attorney, so as long as I'm around, she won't have to be in some cell alone, or God forbid, with someone else. Thanks. As he cut the connection, Miss Aurora ducked out to keep an eye on her chefs, and he turned to Lizzie. I'm going to get the bail money now. After that, I don't know. Yeah, seriously. Horses can be expensive to keep up. Feed, hay, water, year-long round, along with needing space, exercise, and grooming. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not so much the buying the horse. Then you tack on thoroughbred multiplier and things get expensive. Yeah. Because I've heard of, even, low-level, beginner racing horses starting at, 25 grand, and that's just for the horse. And then the training and the board and everything can easily be, thousands of dollars every month, and it's a lot. Puppy sticking close in case I need him. He's a very good boy. She reached out and put her hand on his forearm. As I said before, is there anything I can do? It was like a strike of lightning. 1 minute he was as normal as any male could be in the situation. The next, Lust pumped through his veins, hardening him, rechanneling the crazy in his head into something truly insane. Dude, this is not the time to be thinking with your penis. Lowering his lids, he muttered, "Are you sure you want me to answer that?" Lizzie swallowed hard and looked down where she was touching him. When she didn't say anything, but she also didn't pull away, he leaned in and lifted her chin with his forefinger. Locking eyes on her lips, he kissed her in his mind, picturing himself dipping down and putting his mouth on hers, pushing her back into that hard chair, getting under her clothes as he knelt down between her legs with, "Oh, God," she whispered, her eyes avoiding his. But still she didn't turn away. Lane licked his lips, then he dropped his hand and eased out of range. "You need to go. Now. Or I'm going to do something you'll regret. This is not a statement to make a woman come back to you." "What about you?" she whispered. "Would you regret it?" "Kissing you? Never." He shook his head, recognizing that his emotions were all over the place, as well as completely out of control. "But I won't touch you until you ask me to. That much I can promise." Okay, no. This book just quoted 365. That's exactly what Massimo says when he first kidnaps Laura, is he promises, "I won't touch you without your consent," as he's choke slamming her into a wall and groping her boobs. So this is better than that because he's not doing that, but it's the same one. Okay, can I just put out, let's have a moment here. Let's be grown-ups for 1 minute. Only one, I promise, then we'll go back to being not. But let's just, okay, this is me. This is Insane Lane, would-be internet personality and novelist. Let me just make slight PSA to the world. If you are with someone that has to say any version of, "I will not touch you without your consent," or "I won't touch you until you ask me to," run very far away. Run away from this person because they are telling you they are 1 second from turning into a rapist, that they question their own control, and also are incredibly full of themselves and think that soon they will have you begging for them to do things. Especially if this is someone, as in this case, you have said repeatedly to, "Go away, leave me alone, I don't want you back, I'm not taking you back, I'm not getting in another relationship with you, go away." After a moment, she got up with none of her usual grace, the chair she'd been in skipping over the floor, her feet tripping. He gave her enough time to get out of the break room and go some distance down the hall before he went to leave himself. Any closer and he was liable to grab her, put her on the table, and give them both the release they needed. See? 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 1 second from being a rapist. Ugh. Like, desire is sexy, but that's not desire. Because she did want him. He'd seen it for himself just now. Oh, God, we're doing this. Not that he could dwell on that. He had to go get his father to pay the bail. It, it wasn't that Lane didn't have money. He had plenty of poker winnings, and unlike his sister, he was 36, so he had that first-level access to his trusts. But William Baldwin had created this mess, and the fact that the man was out of town on business was going to make cutting the check and having it certified at the bank all the easier. A minute later, Lane was at the controller's office, and he didn't bother knocking. He just went for the doorknob. Locked. Just as he'd done on his father's glass, he pounded the stout oak with his uninjured hand. "Is she not in?" Mr. Harris inquired from the doorway of his own suite. Wait, is this the assistant who has been missing all morning? Are we gonna? Is the book gonna end with like her finding someone finding her dead, or is she off with the father because they're still having a thing? Where's the key to this door? I'm not permitted to open. Lane wheeled around. You get the fucking key or I'm going to break the goddamn thing down. What do you know? A split second later, the butler came over with a heavy hunk of old brass. Allow me, Mr. Baldwin. Except the key didn't get them anywhere. It just went in. It went into the mechanism just fine, but there was no turning it. I'm terribly sorry, the butler said as he jimmied things around. It appears to have jammed. Are you sure that's the right key? It's marked here. The man flashed the little tag that hung off the ornate end. Perhaps she'll be in shortly. Let me try. Lane moved the penguin suit out of the way, but got nowhere with the key, either. Losing his patience, he put his shoulder into the panels, and the crack of splintering wood drowned out his shout of rage, and he had to catch the panels as they bounced back at him. What the hell? He barked as he pulled a Dracula and recoiled from the stench. Wait, is this person actually dead? As Mr. Harris started to cough and had to tuck his face into the lapel of his jacket, someone else said, "Oh, dear Lord, what is that?" "Get everyone out of the hall," Lane ordered the butler, "and make sure they stay away." Yes, yes, of course, Mr. Baldwin. This person's actually dead, right? And let me guess, Daddy's gonna be the murderer. Unless we're going with the classic, the butler did it. Lane put his forearm back up and breathed into his shirt sleeve as he leaned inside. The office was impossibly dark. The heavy curtains having been pulled shut against the bright sunlight, the air conditioning unit in one of the windows likewise turned off. Patting around the door jamb with his free hand, he had a feeling of what he was about to find and couldn't believe it. Click. Rosalinda Freeland was sitting in the stuffed chair in the furthest corner, her face frozen in a gruesome smile, her gray fingers dug into the padded chintz-covered cushions, her unblinking eyes staring straight ahead at whatever vision of the afterlife had come upon her. Okay, I was totally joking, but I guess the person's actually dead. Jesus, Lane breathed. Her professional suit and skirt were perfectly arranged, her reading glasses hung from a gold chain on her silk blouse, her sensible salt and pepper bob mostly arranged well. The shoes didn't make sense. No somber black leather flats as she had always worn, but a pair of Nikes as if she were about to go on a power walk. Shit, he thought. Jamming his hand into his pocket, he took out his phone and dialed the only person he could think to call. As the sound of electronic ringing purred in his ear, he looked around the office. There was no clutter anywhere, which was what he could recall of the which was what he could recall of the woman who had been working at Easterly for 30 years. The desk with its computer and its green-shaded lamp had nothing else on it, and the bookshelves that discreetly hid the other office equipment and files were tidy as a library. "Hello?" came the voice on his cell phone. "Mitch," Lane said. "You coming down with a check for her bail? I got a problem. What can I do?" Lane closed his eyes and wondered how in the hell he'd lucked out to have the guy on his side. "I'm staring at the dead body of my family's controller." Instantly the deputy's voice dropped an octave. "Where?" "In her office at Easterly. I think she may have killed herself. I just busted through the door. Have you called 911? Not yet. I want you to call it now while I head your way so it's in the log properly and the Metro Police can come. They'll have jurisdiction. Thanks, man. Do not touch anything. Only the light switch as I came in. And do not let anyone enter the room. I'll be there in 5. As Lane ended the connection and dialed emergency services, his eyes traced those shelves and he thought of all the work that had been done by the woman in this little office. "Yes, my name's Lane Baldwin. I'm calling from Easterly." The mansion didn't have a street number. "Really? Can you actually have a place that doesn't have a legal street number? How do you send mail?" "There's been a death at the house. Yes, I'm very sure she's no longer living." He paced around as he answered a couple of questions, confirmed his phone number, and then hung up. Glancing over at the desk, he respected Mitch's orders, but he had to get the household checkbook. Dead body or no dead body, he still needed to free Jin from jail. Taking out his handkerchief, he walked across the oriental carpet. He was about to pull open the flat drawer in the center when he frowned. Sitting in the middle of the leather blotter, perfectly aligned as if set there with a ruler, was a USB drive. What do you bet it's got things about the father on it? Mr. Baldwin, shall I do aught? Mr. Harris called to him. Excuse me. Lane glanced over at the corpse. The police are on their way. They don't want anything disturbed in here, so I'm coming out now. He picked up what Rosalinda had so obviously left for whoever found her. Then he opened the drawer and snagged the 8.5 by 11 leather-bound checkbook, tucking it into the small of his back and covering the thing with his shirt. He turned back to the controller. That expression on her face was like the Joker's, a horrible grimace that was going to show up in his nightmares for a long time. What has my father done now? He whispered into the death-stained air. Yeah. End of chapter. So now we have potentially a murder, even though he said he thinks she, killed herself. He didn't say how, so we don't know how she died. And what do you bet the USB drive has, sex tapes or, years of financial records showing, I don't know, embezzlement, stock fraud? I don't know. She's the person who handled the money, so. But we'll see. We still got a lot of book left. Chapter 19. Lizzie was in the glass-walled conservatory on the phone with the rental company when she caught sight of a Washington County Sheriff's SUV coming up Easterly's front drive. Were they serving Chantel divorce papers already? Jeez. I'm sorry, she said, shaking herself back to attention. What was that? The account is past due, the sales rep repeated, so no, we can't fill any more of the order. Okay, is that what it is? Is the family broke? Because I was going to say earlier, why is the dad pushing her all of a sudden to marry somebody else? Are they secretly broke or something? That doesn't make sense, but, maybe we'll find that out. Past due. That was as inconceivable as the White House not covering its light bill. No, we paid for the tent in full yesterday, so we can't be. Listen, y'all are one of our best customers, and we want to work with y'all. I didn't know the account was still past due until the owner told me. I shipped as much as I could, but he shut it off until the balance is paid. How much is owed? $5,785.52. That won't be a problem. If I bring a check over now, can you? Everything's been cleaned out. We've got nothing left to rent. What with all the parties across the city this weekend? I called Rosalinda last week and left her 3 messages about the balance. She never called me back. I held the rest of the order as long as I was able because I was wanting y'all to be taken care of, but I didn't hear anything and other orders had to be filled. Okay, so what is going on? Lizzie took a deep breath. Listen, thank you. I don't know what's going on, but we'll make it work, and I'll make sure you get paid. I'm really sorry. As she ended the call, she leaned into the glass and tried to see the sheriff's vehicle. Rental company say. She turned back to Greta, who was spraying the finished bouquets with floral preservative. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's a billing issue. So, are we going to get the extra 500 champagne flutes? No. She headed over to the door into the house. I'm going to talk to Rosalinda and then break the bad news to Mr. Harris. He's going to be pissed, but at least we got the tents and the tables and the chairs. Glasses we can wash as they come in, and the family's got to have 100 or so of their own. Greta looked up through the tortoiseshell glasses of hers. There are close to 700 people coming. You really think we can keep up with that demand? With only 500 flutes? No. You're not helping. Stepping out of the conservatory, she cut through the dining room and headed for the staff hallway. As she pushed her way inside, she stopped dead. 3 maids in their gray and white uniforms were clustered together, talking with a great deal of animation but little volume, as if they were a TV show that had had its sound turned down. Miss Aurora was beside them, arms crossed over her chest, and Beatrix Molly, the head of housekeeping, was next to her. Mr. Harris was standing in the center of the corridor, his body blocking the way to the kitchen. Yeah, I'm also asking that, Sarah. Yeah, how long has this person been deceased? Because it sounded, from the description we got, she sounded like she was like partially decomposed, had been in there for days. So okay, so maybe the family's not broke, but it's just like she's been dead for a week, and that's why the check didn't get sent. Yeah, that's more likely. So she's been, but how? Like literally, okay, how though? Because he said her skin was already gray, so yeah, and there's a significant smell, which takes a couple of days. So let's assume this bill wasn't paid because she was already dead. Okay? So what did she say? She called when? It says last week, so that could be anywhere from a couple of days to an entire week. So yeah, so that's why the bill hasn't been paid, because the person who pays the bills was dead. But she was dead in her office that is surrounded by other offices in a very busy, active place. And she's a person who keeps to a rigid schedule. So what? Does nobody has talked to this woman in, let's say, 5 days. Let's take the average and say 5 days at least. And what? Nobody fucking noticed that, hey, we haven't seen Rosalinda in a while? And her car, I assume she has a car parked in the staff parking lot that's been sitting there? And what? Everybody just assumed that, like, how do you not notice that somebody that you work with is dead in their office for several days? And they kept commenting on where she was. Yeah. Well, several people were looking for her and couldn't find her. Yeah, like I thought we had just seen her alive. Am I wrong about that? Did we not, in last week, did we not see this person and talk to her and she was alive? Because I thought she was. I thought we'd met her. I could be wrong because there's way too many people in this and I can't keep track. Hey, it is getting a little intense. But yeah, I need some details here. I also need a very large plate of chicken wings. Lizzie frowned and approached the butler, and that was when she got a whiff of a smell that, as a farm owner, she had some familiarity with. An African American man in a sheriff's uniform came out of Rosalinda's office along with Lane. "What's going on?" Lizzie asked, a cold chill shooting through her chest. Dear Lord, was Rosalinda? Was that why the hallway smelled so badly this morning? She thought with a pounding heart. There's been a difficulty, Mr. Harris said, and it's being handled appropriately. Wow, that's the most British way to say like someone has died. Lane met her eyes as he spoke with the deputy, and he nodded to her. When she motioned over her shoulder towards the conservatory, he nodded again. Miss Molly made the sign of a cross over her heart. It comes in threes. Death always comes in threes. I've heard that in hospitals. Nonsense, Miss Aurora muttered as if the woman had been wearing her out with that line of reasoning. God's plans determine it for us all, not counting on your fingertips. Threes, always threes. Heading back to the conservatory, Lizzie closed the door behind her and looked at the 100 or so bouquets of pink and white flowers. What's wrong? Greta asked. Did something else get left off the order? I think Rosalinda is dead. There was a clatter as the spray bottle slipped out of Greta's hands and bounced on the slate floor, spraying the woman's work shoes. What? I don't know. As a stream of German boiled up and out of her partner, Lizzie muttered, I know, right? I just can't believe it. When? How? I don't know, but the sheriff's here and they didn't call for an ambulance. Yeah, that'll usually tell you. More words in German. With a curse, Lizzie walked over to the view of the garden and stared out at the resplendent greens of the cropped grass and the elegant setup for the party. There were 75% there, and already things were beautiful, especially the glowing heads of the hundreds of late blooming paper white paper whites that she and Greta had planted in the beds under the flowering fruit trees. I've got a really bad feeling about all this, she heard herself say. Yeah, I would too. Actually, a thing that happens more than people would like to think. A lot of people will notice, but then think they must be on vacation. Yeah, this is true. But I bet the whole house is going to be buzzing. And what do you bet there is never once a thought of canceling the big derby weekend? About an hour after Metro Police arrived at Easterly, Lane was allowed to leave the scene for a short period of time. He wanted to talk to Lizzie to let her know what was going on, but he had to take care of Gin first. The Bradford family trusts were all administered and managed out of the Prospect Trust Company, which a privately held firm with billions of dollars in assets under their control and a specialty in handling the super wealthy in Charlemont. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Oh, those are pretty. Okay, those are nice flowers. I mean, I'm probably allergic to them, but they're very pretty. Yeah, it could have been in a flashback that we saw her, because, yeah, we saw her in Jin's flashback sleeping with the dad, but that's like 20 years ago. As they were not a traditional bank, however, the household checking accounts were run out of the local branch of PNC, and that was where he went with the checkbook he'd taken out of Rosalinda's desk. Parking in the lot by the one-story boutique building, he wrote the check out as payable to cash in the amount of $75,000, forged his father's name on the signatory line, and endorsed the back as payable to the Washington County Jail. As soon as he'd pushed into the beige and white lobby, he was intersected by a young woman in a navy blue suit and discreet jewelry. Mr. Baldwin, how are you? I just found a dead body, thanks for asking. Fine, I need to get this check certified. Of course, come to my office. Leading him over to a glass enclosure, she shut the door and took a seat behind the tidy desk. We're always pleased to help your family. He slid the check across the blotter and sat down. I appreciate it. The sound of fingernails tippy-tapping on the computer's keyboard was mildly annoying, but he had so much bigger fish to fry. Ah, the bank manager cleared her throat. Mr. Baldwin, I'm sorry there are not sufficient funds in the account. Okay, so what happened? Are they broke? Did somebody steal from them? Like, because families like this don't go broke overnight unless it's, like, the result of crime. He took out his phone. No problem. I'll just call Prospect Trust and initiate a transfer. How much do we need? Well, sir, the account is overdrawn by $27,489.22. What the hell? Okay, so did did the father like just clean out the accounts and run away? Did what happened? Like what is going on? The overdraft protection is covering that, however. Can, didn't know you could have overdraft protection for $27,000. Give me a moment. He went into his contacts and called up the PTC administrator in charge of his family's funds. I'll just wire it in. Obvious relief bloomed on her face. Here, let me give you some privacy. I'll be out in the lobby when you're ready. Take your time. Thanks. While he waited for the connection to ring through, Lane tapped his loafer on the marble floor. Oh, hey, Connie, how are you? It's Lane Baldwin. Good, yes, I'm in town for the Derby, among other things. Listen, I need you to wire some money into the general household account at PNC. There was a pause, and then the woman's smooth professional voice became strained. I'd be happy to, Mr. Baldwin, but I don't have access to your accounts anymore. You removed them from Prospect Trust last year. I meant out of our father's accounts, or my mother's. There was another pause. I'm afraid you're not authorized to effect transfers of that nature. I'd need to speak to your father. Is there any way you can get him to call in? Not if he wanted the money. Given that dear old Dad was trying to squeeze Jin, there was no way the grand and glorious William Baldwin was going to help facilitate her release. My father's out of town and unreachable. How about I put my mother on the phone? Surely he could go to her and keep her conscious long enough to order 125 grand into the household account. Connie cleared her throat just as the bank manager had. I'm so sorry, but that will not be sufficient. If it's her account, how can it not be? Mr. Baldwin, I don't want to speak out of turn. Sounds like you'd better. Will you hold for a moment, please? As piped-in music drawled in his ear, he burst up out of the stiff chair and paced between the potted plant in the corner, which he discovered was plastic when he tested a leaf. The floor-to-ceiling double-hung windows that looked out onto the four-lane road below. My brain is fried. There was a beeping tone, and then a male voice came over the connection. Mr. Baldwin, it's Ricardo Monteverde. There's too many names. How are you, sir? Great, the CEO of the company, which meant whatever the answer was had tripped the delicate situation wire. Look, I just need 125,000 in cash, okay? No big deal. Mr. Baldwin, as you know, at Prospect Trust, we take our fiduciary responsibility to our clients very seriously. Stop right there with the disclaimers. Either tell me why my mother's word isn't good enough for her own money or get off my phone. Yeah, that would be me. There was a period of silence. You're leaving me no choice. What? For God's sake, what? The next stretch of quiet was so long and so dense he took his phone from his ear to check he hadn't lost the call. Hello? Cue the throat clearing. Your father declared your mother mentally incompetent per the rules of her trusts earlier this year. It was the opinion of two qualified neurologists that she was and is incapable of making decisions at this time. So if you require funds from either of their accounts, we will be more than happy to accommodate you, provided the request comes from your father in person. I hope you understand that I'm walking a fine line here. Okay, so Dad has preemptively thought of a few things. I'll call him right now and get him to phone in. Lane ended the call and stared out at the traffic. Then he went over to the door and opened it, staring at the manager. Smiling at the manager, he said, my father's going to have to call Prospect to initiate the transfer. I'll have to come back. Okay, dude, just pay it yourself. You said you have plenty of money. We're open till 5 o'clock, sir. Thanks. Back out in the bright sun, he kept his phone in his hand as he strode across the hot pavement. But he didn't use the thing. He also didn't remember to drive home. What the hell was he going to do now? When he got back to Easterly, there were 2 more police units in the courtyard by the garages and a couple of uniforms standing at the front door. Can I also just point out that it's insane that, local rich girl has $75,000 bail? I'm sorry, there's no fucking way. Over something like that, she'd be released on her own recognizance instantly. This is stupid. He parked the Porsche in its usual waiting spot to the left of the mansion's main entrance and got out. Mr. Baldwin, one of the officers said as Lane approached. Gentlemen. The sensation of their eyes following him made him want to send the group as far away from his family's house. He'd had a tweaking paranoia that things were happening behind the scenes he knew nothing about, and he'd just as soon eyeball those skeletons privately first, without the benefits of Metro Police's prying stares. Taking the stairs up to the 2nd floor, he went to his room and shut the door, then locked it. Over by his bed, he picked up the receiver on the house phone, dialed 9 for an outside line, and then entered star 67, so that the number of the extension he was calling from would not register on any caller ID. When the dial tone came over the line, he entered a familiar exchange in a 4-digit series. He cleared his throat as it rang. Once. Twice. Good morning. This is Mr. William Baldwin's office. How may I assist you? Assuming his father's clipped business tones, he said, Get me Monteverde at Prospect on the line right now. Of course, Mr. Baldwin, right away. So now he's impersonating his father. That works. Lane cleared his throat again as classical music came across the connection. The good news was that his father was antisocial unless human interaction benefited him business-wise, so it was unlikely there were any recent personal conversations between the two men that would give away the lie. Mr. Baldwin, I have Mr. Monteverde on the line. After the click, Monteverde jumped right in. Thank you for finally returning my call. Whoa. Lane dropped his tone and added a boatload of Southern. I need 125,000 into the general household. William, I told you, I can't make any more advances. I just can't. I appreciate your family's business, and I'm committed to helping you sort all this out before the Bradford's name runs into difficulty. But my hands are tied. I have a responsibility to my board, and you told me the money you borrowed would be repaid by the annual meeting, which is in 2 short weeks. The fact that you require additional funds of such a small amount, my confidence is now not high. Okay, so what is going on? Yeah, he was told in person. So, like, again, billion-dollar family dynasties don't go broke overnight. So, something catastrophic has happened. But also, like, they still own, like, a bourbon company, all these fancy cars, the jewelry. Dude, in a pinch, hawk something. Hawk one of these cars to get your sister out of jail. Then find your father and strangle him until he tells you what the fuck is going on. But something is going on. Like, are they actually in trouble? Is this his father playing games? Are they bankrupt somehow, which seems like impossible? I have a responsibility to my board, and you told me the money you borrowed, blah, blah, blah. What the hell? What is the total owed? He asked in his father's heavy Virginian accent. I told you in my last voicemail, Monteverde bit out. 53 million. You have 2 weeks, William. Your choice is to either repay it or to go to JP Morgan Chase and get them to do an asset lending against your wife's primary trust. She has over 100 million in that account alone. So their lending profile is met. Okay, so yeah, if the wife has $100 million, why is he borrowing anything? And if he just, because he just got told that the father took away the mother's rights to her trust, so he controls it now. So he has $100 million. So why is he borrowing and playing this game? Yeah, maybe they don't own it anymore, or it has to do with the South America thing. Yeah, I don't know. Something weird is going on. Because none of this makes any sense. I sent you the paperwork on your private email. All you have to do is put her signature on them, and this goes away for both of us. But let me make myself perfectly clear. I am very exposed in this situation, and I will not permit that to continue. There are remedies I could bring to bear that would be very uncomfortable for you, and I shall use them before anything affects me personally. Yeah, like, Sarah, I'm with you. It's a shell game with the money. Something is going on. Like, I have a feeling we're gonna find out the father, like, did this deliberately to, like, I don't know, control everyone in the family or something. I don't know. Obviously, the flash drive from the now dead financial controller will have something to do with it. Holy shit. I'll get back to you, Lane drawled and hung up. For a moment, all he could do was stare at his phone. He literally couldn't bring two thoughts together. Do we think he's still drunk? Then came the vomiting. With a sudden heave, he jerked in half, barely getting the wastepaper basket over in time. Everything that he'd eaten in the staff room came up. After the gagging subsided, his blood ran cold. The sense that nothing was as it should be, making him wonder. Then pray that this was some kind of nightmare. But he didn't have the luxury of fading into neutral, or worse, falling apart. He had to deal with the police, his sister, and whatever was going on here. God, he wished Edward were still around. End of chapter. Okay, so them being broke is going to be a fake out. That's not going to be a thing. It's going to be part of some scheme or setup or whatever, and it's like inconvenient now because I guess as an author we want I don't know. He's got about a billion ways he can get the money to get his sister out of jail. Hi, do you want to cuddle? Come on, up. No, come on, up, you can do it. Bo, come on. Come on, good boy. Come on, come say goodbye. Yeah, so we'll rub your belly and then you'll jump up. Come here. Come here, come on, up. Good boy. That's a good boy. Come on, you can do it. Up. Come on. Yeah, okay. Yes, there we are. There's a puppy. Oh, let me untangle the puppy. Oh, Bo, why are you always on my cords? He just flops into my arms with no care at all. But that is where we're stopping for tonight. Okay, so we have Lane with his obsession with Lizzie, who still has the hots for him, and therefore him being kind of a stalker is supposed to be okay. Look at how sleepy this dog is. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how sleepy this puppy is. He's just so incredibly sleepy. Yes, he is. He's so sleepy. He's so sleepy, little puppy. Yes, you are. He's so sleepy. We've got bills that are going unpaid, accounts that are empty and overdrawn, 53 million that's apparently been borrowed even though he doesn't need it because it sounds like daddy has access to the wife's money, so he could fix this with literally one stroke of a pen, but isn't. I don't know. I agree with Sarah, it's a shell game with the money. They're definitely not really broke. That's not going to be a thing. It's just a power thing, probably, that the father is pulling, and it will be remedied. So I'm sure the sister will get out of jail very shortly. Like, she shouldn't even be in jail. That's the most unrealistic thing. Kinks won? The band, or have you been busy? What kind of kinks? The next one. Okay. No, you can't spell. But that's okay. You're in good company here. I can't spell, neither can Bo, though he tries. And that was the puppy's doing, because, he's jealous. You do that on purpose, We all know that you do. So I was saying the whole, the no money thing is going to be a huge red herring. They already said the mom has $100 million in a trust fund or whatever, so that'll take care of everything. So whatever financial bullshit is going on is being manufactured. Somebody wants it to look that way. Right, puppy? Right? Yes. Yes, you are. But, there's no way all these people wouldn't be independently wealthy aside from the trust, so that's some bullshit that, the sister has no money outside of it. That's utterly just not even possible for somebody her age and raised that way. It's just not possible. So, that's a lot of bullshit, but I'm sure the money will culminate in, some big reveal of something. Who knows? But I don't think it'll be an ongoing plot point past this book, because we know, in the other two, they're not going to be, poor or something. That's not going to happen. It's all going to be part of some kind of scheme or something that'll get uncovered. Bo's just falling right asleep. He's just done. He's like, Mommy, I need to go to bed and be a puppy. We're not going to be in bed for hours, and you know it. Yes, he's thinking of last night when he got extended belly rubs. So that's all he wants, yes. Well, that and for me to let him eat several of the ducks. You know, he would like that too. Wouldn't you? Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm with you, Deacon. I'm not really sure what's going on here either. Like, I'm not sure who. Like, Lane seems to be the main character. We've got his obsession with Lizzie. He's trying to get a divorce. And they have a big party going on this weekend, and now there's a dead body. We have Jin, who's trying to escape her family, and their dad's playing hardball. He's fucked off, so he doesn't have to deal with the mess he made. And then we have the other brother who is running a horse farm because now he can't be head of the company, and his father always hated him, and mom is in a, drug-induced coma practically. And we now learn the dad had her declared incompetent, which means he has control over her trust fund and therefore could make all these money problems go away in a heartbeat. And there's no way somebody like that borrows that kind of money without knowing exactly what they're doing anyway. So it's going to be part of some scheme or something, some kind of business scheme. Because the only thing we know about we know two things about the father. He's horrifically abusive, and everyone said everything is about business with him. So, yeah. So there will be some kind of scheme that comes out. Look at him. Look at this. Look how cute this is. And shedding. You are just shedding. Yeah, that's what 30 plus degrees does to even little doggy who likes the heat. Because he does. He's so happy with all this heat. He's the happiest thing. He can just lay in the sun and roast himself, and then come in and press his burning hot fur into my leg to show me how warm he is. Because I need to know. Because then he's the happiest of puppies. Yes. Yes, little thing. Little baby thing you are. You are a baby thing. So that's where we stand. So we've got the sister in jail. He's got to come up with 75 grand to bail her out, which shouldn't be a problem. Like, that should have been handled already without this bullshit. But I guess we needed to find out somehow that, there's massive debt or whatever. Or is that the price that he sold the sister for? Because I don't think he's getting 53 million for her. I don't think that's happening. And he wouldn't wait till there was 2 weeks on it to pull that move, so that has to be with something else. But we'll see. I'm sure it'll all be much ado about nothing, and then we'll get back to, is Lane gonna win back the girl? And Edward is clearly falling in love with the farm girl who tells him not to curse and that he shouldn't be drinking vodka for breakfast. And we don't have a love interest for the sister yet, unless she winds up with the lawyer, who we now know is secretly the baby daddy of the child that she doesn't seem to be raising at all and never has, and like, I don't know, hates the existence of or something. But apparently he doesn't know he's the baby daddy, so there's that whole thing. I'm sure that'll come to light sooner or later. Right, you sleepy thing? Right? Yeah. Yeah. But I actually genuinely do want to know what's going to happen next, so at least there's that. I can't say that was ever true with any of the 50 Shades book or the 365 books. I never actually wanted to know what was going to happen next and was annoyed at having to wait a week to read the rest. But I am slightly annoyed because we've got the makings of some mystery going on, okay? We do have some mystery. We do have a dead body. We don't know if it was foul play yet. We've got financial shenanigans going on. We've got somehow there was a child, and we know the backstory to that's going to be something. We've got the father is clearly up to something. I'm wondering if we'll ever see the mom at all. I don't know, maybe not. And we've got the mystery of what happened in South America that I'm sure eventually we will get the whole story of. Right, puppy? We'll find out, won't we? Yeah, I don't have a shedding comb for him because he has like this much fur. He has like one layer of super short, usually very coarse fur, and that's it. That's all he's got. That's why he's cold in the winter and he needs sweaters. You're rereading Goosebumps? I wasn't allowed to have those. My mom thought they were demonic. I remember the TV show, though. The TV show was good. No, not as good as Are You Afraid of the Dark? And it always annoyed me that Are You Afraid of the Dark came first and nobody realized what a ripoff Goosebumps was of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Which I heard they rebooted that. I haven't seen it because I'm like afraid it'll suck, but I remember, yes, I called this meeting of the Midnight Society to order. They had some good ones, though in my head now I can't remember which stories were Are You Afraid of the Dark and which ones were Goosebumps because they overlap so much. Because there's like one of the more famous ones that I'm pretty sure is a Goosebumps was like this green like slime that would just keep growing and growing when it got out of control, and it featured in multiple episodes. There was one that a girl who anything she drew would come to life as long as she signed her name. When she erased her name, it would go away. Yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark is the best. It was absolutely the best. Yeah, I miss it. What do you think, puppy? He thinks he's asleep. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait till next week to find out what is going on. But will we get to the big derby brunch? It'll probably be at the end of the at the end of the book because it's the day after tomorrow. So we've still got an entire day where all kinds of craziness can happen. How am I on mute again? What did you how did you do that? How did you do that? He's not the least bit sorry. How did you do that? That's why you put your head up, isn't it? Yeah, Bo's like, shh. Yeah, that's what it is. He's going, shut up, I'm trying to sleep. That's what it is. That's why he muted me. You little brat. Here, tuck in your foot. Now I completely forget what the fuck. I remember the pinball one, the being trapped in the pinball machine. Yeah, there was one in a mall that I kind of remember. Yes, he's saying it's bedtime. I know. That's exactly what he's doing. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get to the big derby weekend. There will be more shenanigans. The financial stuff is going to end up going nowhere. They're not really broke. It's going to be fine. It'll all get taken care of. I do want to know, how long has this person been dead? That would have been good information. Was it murder or was it self-inflicted? We don't know. The pinball game was in the mall. Okay, so that is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. That was one of the ones that had a really creepy ending too. It was really good. Okay, you gonna wake up to say goodbye to everybody? He says since nobody bought him a duck, he's not waking up. I'm sorry you didn't get any ducks tonight. But you'll get lots of cuddles. Yeah, he's pretending he can't even hear me. No brat. Oh, he's just the bestest puppy, isn't he? Alright. Say goodnight, Bo. Why are you looking so sad? Don't look so sad. No, he's just sleepy. He's just a sleepy boy. He's just a sleepy boy. But yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to next week because I want to see where it goes. I want to see if we get some pieces to the mysteries. We've got a lot of questions, which I will say that is some good writing when you leave a lot of questions hanging out there. As long as you have answers. Creators of Lost and Alex Kurtzman, I'm looking at you. If you put a lot of questions out there and never answer them, you're a shit fucking writer. So there better be answers to all of this. But we will get to that next week on Tea and Rose's Book Club. I do like our new name. I'm happy that I chose it. It seems to be fitting. Hopefully soon we'll have more ducks for the thumbnail. But that we will find out next week, along with many other things, I hope. So until then, please stay cool wherever you are. Enjoy the fireworks and the horses. And until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bo. And this has been Tea and Rose's Book Club. Until next week, love on yourself and love on your fur babies. Bye-bye. Good night, everyone. Good night, Sarah. Good night, Deacon. Good night, Sethale. Night for Snickety, wherever you are. Bye.